Hello! Hold on a second, chat. Sorry, you probably had to wait longer than 10 seconds that time. OBS didn't actually cooperate there. That's rare. Hold on a second. I just need to change a couple of things here. Let me load into this area anyway before we do anything.
It's pretty dark in there.
It's pretty dark
Switch
in here.
the solid eye to night vision mode.
Okay, hold on. I just need to change some settings on Streamlabs. Every time we switch, we have to change donation links, stuff like that. Okay, I think we're almost good. Now, let me just make sure I can see my chat. Alright, cool. How's it going, everyone? It's good to be back. So, right, this is where we are, the militia safe house. How friendly are we? Very.
You again.
Yeah, so because DRK helped out all those militiamen in the previous area, these guys love us now. Your experience in the previous area greatly affects this area. This area is just full of militia. There are no PMCs in this area. So the difficulty of this area is completely dependent on what you do in the last area, which is quite nice. You help out all the militia, and then they just let you pass, and you're fine. If you don't help out the militia, well, if they're neutral, if they're neutral, it's still okay. They just need to inspect you, and then they'll let you pass. But if you don't help them out at all, they'll just be hostile immediately. So you'll actually need to stealth past them. But right now, we can just run straight past them, and it's completely easy. Just no challenge at all if you help them win the war. My voice is a little low. Just turn up the volume. I think you should be okay to just turn up the volume. Am I getting drowned out by the game? Unless I'm getting drowned out by the game. Yeah, you should be able to just... I think my general volume level is just lower than DRK's, which you should be able to fix by just boosting the volume on your end. If the game is louder than me, then that's a problem. Hold on, let me just look at my OBS. Yeah, I'll lower the game volume a little bit, I guess. Okay, hopefully we're okay now. Okay. Let's grab some more noodles. All the regain. Who? Yeah, they just love me. Let's go in here. Hey, what's up, Mr. Man? How's it going? Good to be back, everyone. Hey, what's up, Vlad? Hemp Mind? All the usual suspects in the chat. How much clothes do I have on? I'm wearing a pair of sweatpants and I'm naked. Sweatpants below, naked on top. Because it's very warm.
What's going on? Four ugly sons of bitches.
Sir, their appearance may be strange, but they demonstrated incredible combat ability.
So here we can listen to these guys talking about the little Raven drones that we saw earlier bombing the building.
Seem capable of flight, sir. At the same time, it also maintains control over several UCAVs, increasing its air attack capability.
One of my men recovered one.
Now, they appear capable of working together or acting independently. My guess is that they're building various surveillance networks.
More info to have, the more effective their framing is on the battle.
Exactly. And we can tell by the way they're placing their snipers. They've got an edge. They must be getting full terrain data on the entire area.
So we get some more information on this conflict. And now if we call Otacon after listening to the whole conversation, they should talk about it.
Otacon,
Yeah, I heard it too.
a special forces unit with advanced gear. Who are they?
Some kind of mercenary hired by the PMCs? Anyway, if you do run into those guys, don't get caught off guard. And Snake, remember that guy said one of them has UCAVs under his control.
Right. One of his men picked up some pieces. That must be what they had in front of them. Looked the same as the one that bombed that building. They may be small, but they bite. Hard.
You better be extra careful they don't see you.
I wonder, does Snake mention the bombing of the building if you haven't actually seen the building get bombed? Or if you don't do the call with Otacon where they talk about the building? I never thought about that. Let's see. Let's run straight through.
Oh, it's you again.
Here we can get some more grenades. You ready to roll?
What happened?
If we were playing on a new game, this is where we would get the militia outfit. But we're on NG+. So if you were on the militia's bad side at this point, where you had to sneak past them, this is where you'd be able to dress up as them and pose as one of them, even if you were on their bad side. And again, we can listen to another conversation. I think I missed quite a bit of this one. I wonder, can we still get the conversation with Otacon? Maybe not.
Removing the lock on a gun. Otacon, can they really do that?
Sorry, don't know the specifics. Give me some time, I'll see what I can dig up.
And let me know if you find anything.
Will do.
Yeah. Foreshadowing the Drebin cutscene. Coming up next.
So that
Yeah.
find it.
Pretty sweet, huh? Whoa, hold it. Watch where you pointing that thing.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. Voila.
You're not with the militia, and you're not PMC.
I'm a weapons wholesaler. All shapes, all sizes. But there's no need to worry, because all my shit's been laundered.
Laundered?
You see, I take ID guns like the PMCs use and make some mods. Then you can use them without having to match IDs. In other words, I'm a gun launderer. You can call me Drebin.
Drebin?
Yeah, they use that for all of us.
There are more of you.
All over the world. Not that I ever met any of them personally. Me, I'm Drebin number 893. You ain't a registered PMC employee, are you? You need a guy like me. Consider it a welcome gift. Take it. The M4. The official carbine model used by the U.S. Army, developed from the M16 service rifle. This one's a top-of-the-line model, real popular with the big PMCs. High precision, not like that government-issue shit. It's, free-floating, of course. Relax, that barrel's clean.
Is the hider CQC compatible?
The beauty of this sucker is that it's got a lot of customizable parts. Change it up the way you want to meet your everyday needs.
Flip-up sight, rail system. Not bad.
Yeah, well, you know, I get a lot of noobs around here. And if you need them, I got a wide selection of aftermarket parts as well.
The frame's pretty rigid. No rattle.
Go ahead, give her a squeeze.
I can't pull the trigger.
Really? That's weird.
What's weird?
Wait, I got it. I bet you're using an older generation of nanomachines.
Older generation?
Sometimes they don't really jibe with the new system.
Seriously, who are you?
Whoa. Slow down. Oh, yeah. My day job's working at AT Security. I'm in charge of production control. So I get my hands on all the ID chips before they even register. Have a sip. It's a side of AT the public don't see. From the looks of it, you ain't with any state army. But you ain't exactly green, neither. You've got last-gen nanomachines. So I'm guessing former U.S. Army? I don't know what you're here for. But you want to be well-equipped, am I right? So, can we talk business or what? You won't regret it.
What's your take on him, Otacon?
I don't particularly like the guy. But it looks like we'll need his help with those ID guns. Sonny's been doing a little sleuthing for us. Drebin, a well-known gun launderer in war economy circles. He's a businessman who deals mainly in selling black market firearms to small PMCs and local militia. Somalia, the Balkans, Lebanon, Darfur, Chechnya, Timor, Peru, the Punjab, Kashmir, Colombia. This guy really gets around.
How's he pull it off, anyway?
You can create a non-ID gun by replacing the ID recognition chip with a counterfeit version. This enables you to bypass the ID recognition process and use the gun. The problem is that there's still a record of the chip being replaced on the system side. Drebin's an employee of AT Security. He must have connections on the inside erasing records for him.
You think the Patriots are involved somehow?
I'm not so sure. If the Patriots were running the system from behind the scenes, then a weasel like Drebin would be a real pain in their collective ass.
Can he be trusted?
Remember, Drebin's a green collar. He makes his living off the war economy. He doesn't let emotions get in the way of business, and he never gets his own hands dirty. The only thing he trusts is money. I share your concern, but what if we keep him at arm's length? Use him only to get intel and the supplies we need. Keep it strictly business.
All right.
So, we ready to make a deal or what? Okay then, let's talk business. This is a war zone. There's product coming in here by the truckload. And you'll be picking up a lot of guns in the field, I'm sure. Whatever guns you don't need, I'll take and buy them off you. That'll earn you points you can cash in for services.
Like what?
I'll launder your ID guns, no more locks. And I can also sell you the guns I've got in stock. Let me show you. To ensure you can use non-ID guns, I'm gonna have to suppress the old nanomachines you got in you. Otherwise, they'll interfere with the system. Here, stick yourself with this. It's full of suppressor nanomachines. Relax, it won't hurt. You're scared of needles or something? See? No sweat. Now you can use non-ID guns, no problem. Hey, be nice to our guest. Step outside.
Boo.
There you see? No problem. From now on, when you pick up an ID gun that says lock, you just let me know. You name it, I can launder it. Of course, it'll cost you. The going rate depends on the war price at the time. Man, I gotta give this shit a rest.
Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself.
You might say that. What with the war economy and all, and the system clamping down on things. System codes are the law now, and control's essentially absolute, paving the way for fat profits if you're willing to bend the law. Demand keeps on growing thanks to the war economy. I sell ID guns to the PMCs and state armies, and naked guns to terrorist groups and paramilitaries. And these ID guns can't be sold on the black market. System's practically a license for us arms dealers to print money. Privatizing the military's made the PMCs big and bloated. The fatter the PMCs get, the line between civilian and soldier is gonna get real blurry. Sooner or later, the whole damn human race is gonna be green collars. More like we're all gonna be fighting proxy wars. But hey, this war economy puts the food on my table. You're a green collar too, aren't you? Yeah, it's in your eyes. You've seen a lot of combat.
What makes you think you know me?
Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the same way. I grew up here too. I got no interest in the outside world. All right then. If you need me, holla. We specialize in speedy service. Catch my drift? I have you.
I know what you're thinking, but Drebin does have a point. The world depends on war, on the war economy. Can you imagine what would happen if war just disappeared overnight?
Otacon, you and Drebin both mentioned something about a war price earlier. What did you mean by that?
It's a kind of market price, one that fluctuates according to demand, not only for PMCs and military industry, but for the production, distribution, and energy supply networks that support them. It's been growing by leaps and bounds, and investors are really starting to take notice. As the fighting in any given area becomes increasingly intense and prolonged, the war price goes up. No doubt Drebin's rates are linked to that war price. The longer and bloodier a battle becomes, the higher service prices are going to get. To put it another way, the quieter things are, the better the bargains. Snake, we'll use the Mark II to deal with Drebin from here on out. He's what you might call a street vendor. The Mark II can act as a kind of delivery boy, connect you with him. I'm adding a Drebin menu item to the Mark II's weapon menu. Whenever you pick up multiple units of the same weapon, any extras will automatically be sold to Drebin. Any ammo that's inside gets added to your cache. In other words, you keep the ammo, and the weapon itself gets traded to Drebin for points.
I see.
You can then use the points you've earned to unlock ID guns or buy new weapons.
Sounds good.
We should assume Drebin has other agents collecting guns for him besides you, Snake. You know, freelance green collars who collect weapons in exchange for services?
Guess I'll have to rely on him for now.
Okay. Now load me up with our informants, Rat Patrol.
I see. Hold on a second, chat. Am I up to date on thanking everyone here? I think I am. Metastic is the last name I see here for 13 months. Dom with the 13 months. Ghoulie with the 14 months. Cheers, guys. Alright. So there's Drebin.
Snake, hurry and get to the rendezvous point with our informants. First, you'll have to get to the other side of that collapsed building. The only way across is straight through.
Named after... what's his name? Frank Drebin? From the movie Naked Gun. I still need to see Naked Gun. And, what's the deal with the number again? Dim, you'll have to explain what the deal is with the, with his number. How it relates to, the Yakuza and, like, a card game and some shit like that. I always forget what the deal is with that number. Yeah, the 893. He's Drebin number 893, and 893 spells out Yakuza. Each number represents each part of the word Yakuza, right? But it also ties into some card game or something like that. One thing I really like about Drebin is how his visual design reflects the meaning behind the character. You know, like the top half is wearing a suit, the bottom half is wearing cargo pants, camo. So you have like the businessman and the soldier fused as one character, which is quite suitable for him. The losing hand became a slang term for someone good for nothing, a thug or organized crime in general, right? 893 is the worst possible hand you can get in Ochikabu, which is like Baccarat, right. Originally from Police Squad, which then became a movie series, Naked Gun, right? Let's grab these sleep gas satchels. Might use some of these a bit later.
Careful, Snake. The walls could come down any second.
I really like this dirt on the camera effect. It looks so real. Reminding me of the realistic bird shit in MGS2 that we couldn't stop talking about the other day. Look at how real that dirt looks. Almost makes me feel like I have dirt on my screen. This poor asshole up here. Damn. Oh damn, I don't remember being able to get a ration from him. I've definitely shot him down many times before. I don't remember him actually having anything though. Alright, nice. Thanks for the ration, man. That's kind of grim. Sounds here are good. I remember the last time I came down this way. Huh.
Who's there?
Go away! I'm not done yet!
Stop! Stop right there!
No!
Get back here!
Just kill him, please. What the fuck are you doing? Alright. Well, we already had the drum can, but if you're playing a new game, of course, this is where you get the drum can. Right next to this battered, beaten cardboard box here. Which is a pretty good demonstration of the differences between these items in this game. Apart from MGO, of course. But in the main game, the cardboard box is pretty much useless. Where the drum can is incredibly OP, which we'll see later on. It's really, really good. You've been replaced, cardboard box.
Hurry to the rendezvous point. Your radar is marked with which way to
Oh,
go.
you can lean up against the box. I don't remember that being a thing. So now we have nasty old box camo. How's it going, boys?
Help me out, okay?
You hit!
Nice one. I owe you one.
Take this fool out.
It's a striker. The PMCs have sent reinforcements. Now their defensive line is a lot thicker. It's gonna be tougher to break through. That striker will be shooting at you, too. Stay on your toes. It might be best to avoid that area altogether.
You know what? Let's go back and take him out up here. Icefalls, thank you for gifting a sub to Malastrom. We go up here, we can use this. Pop. Oh, really? Okay.
I owe you one.
No, we did it. We did it! You want a ration?
Here.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm sure DRK was showing all this stuff off earlier. With the rebels. All the little things you can do with them. Let's pass through this way. I love that little detail. What if the player is about to give them a ration, but then they go into their menu to unequip it at the last second? Just classic Kojima stuff. I wonder if I'll still be able to trigger the same thing with the guards over here after doing that. Blood Sense coming in with the 5-pack. Cheers, Blood Sense. Hey, angry short round with the 32 months. Cheers.
Suppressing fire!
I really love using the octo camo in this area. Really feel like a ninja. Did DRK do the call earlier with Otacon? He probably did.
Hurry, Snake. The rendezvous with our informant.
Leftovers. I can't even imagine living. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, what the fuck, man? Where the hell did you come from? I was waiting for that guy to come around. I'm gonna die. Okay, let's just chill for a bit. Let that stress decrease, build our health back up.
Snake! PMC airstrike!
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so with this area, it's just a stalemate. You can never win the war here. You just get endless enemies, and there's nothing you can do about it. Which means it's a good area for triggering the rare scene where liquid appears. In order to trigger it, we need to kill, I think, 100 enemies. I'm not sure how many we have to kill. I think it's 100. So I guess we'll do that. Let's see. Hold on. What do I want to equip here? Oh, the Tanegashima. I'm not sure if DRK showed that earlier. M82, I guess. Probably going to catch some of the militia here. There we go. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh god. Take it easy. Hold on, let me take out one of those RPGs again. Oh my god, man. Yeah, I think there's like a 20% chance or 30% chance you'll trigger that special effect in the weapon. Fuck you. There we go. Takes a while.
Get over here now!
Yeah, and they just keep coming here.
Damn it! Return fire!
Should probably just run over to their side to be a bit faster.
You okay?
But up.
Take him out!
I'm gonna catch one of the militia here, I know it. Damn, this is a pretty solid strat, actually.
You enjoy all the killing, that's why.
With the music. Ain't war hell? That didn't take that long, actually. I didn't kill 100 of them there, did I? Yeah, maybe like 50.
Snake, is that a drum? And what, pray tell, do you plan to do with it? It's bigger than you are.
That's the point, Otacon. It has to be at least this size. How else am I going to fit?
Fit? Oh, I got it.
If the enemy's after me, I can hide inside until they're gone. And, unlike a cardboard box, in a pinch I can roll into a quick getaway.
Say, that does sound pretty good. To hide inside a drum, simply equip it as an item. To roll, press the crawl button to lie down on your side, then move as you normally would. Nice find, Snake. No wonder they call you a professional procurer on site. The militia fighting against praying mantis are mercenaries belonging to a small-scale local PMC. Most of them are from around here, but it was more than ethnic ties that motivated them to pick up their guns. The country suffers from chronic high unemployment. There are lots of households just barely scraping by. Kids that grow up in that environment don't have the chance to get a decent education. And there aren't enough opportunities for them to go abroad and find work either. PMCs are one of the few options they have to earn a living.
And for that, they go out and risk their necks.
It's not a respectable trade by any measure. Still, for some reason, I can't bring myself to condemn them for it. It's complicated, you know?
Blood Sense. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. Once again. Cheers. Angry Short Round, I thanked you for your 32, didn't I? Cheers.
Hurry, Snake. The rendezvous with our informants is just up ahead.
All
Check
right.
your radar to figure out which way to go.
All right, we've reached the Advent Palace. Now we can see all of Johnny's shitty traps. Although this one is pretty decent, I guess, because it kind of maybe be caught off guard by the shadow. That one is kind of camouflage, I guess. I wonder, did Johnny put down the magazine here as well? Was this a part of the trap? Maybe he thought people would be lured by the magazine. They'd see the magazine and they'd forget about the claymore. They wouldn't focus on the claymore.
The rendezvous point is just up ahead. The building seems to be abandoned. It's not occupied by the PMCs or the militia. The rendezvous point is on the top floor. Check your radar to see which way to go, and use extreme caution.
How far away are we from Liquid? Close enough. He's at the end of Act 1, and we're moving towards that. Next we have Meryl. The whole sequence with Meryl and the frogs, and then Liquid will be shortly after that. Jesus Christ. Pretty big AoE on that. What are we doing during the smoking and loading breaks? Oh, you can install the game fully now. You don't have to wait. Yeah, no smoking breaks. We can just go straight into the next chapter. So yeah, we don't really need to do any of this exploration. We could just go straight up to the next scene, but just to kind of recreate what you'd do if it was a new game or a first playthrough. Pretty nicely detailed, some of these environments. Fuck your windows, Ryan Payton. MGS1 style, we have this rat that can lure us in here. Still going strong? No, I've just taken over. I'm only starting my shift. Here's Kuja from Final Fantasy IX. Don't know what he's doing here, but there he is.
Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon!
All right. Here.
Easy now. Don't move.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
Careful, I'm no rookie. I'm a 10-year vet.
How the hell did you ever survive 10 years?
Don't move! CQC. Real big boss, huh? Lower your weapon! Slowly now. I wouldn't try anything funny if I were you.
Fox.
Snake? Snake?
Meryl.
Is that you? What happened to your face?
Accelerated aging. They don't know the cause.
Oh my god.
Meryl, you're my informant in the U.S. military.
And you must be the inspector sent by the UN. Akiba!
Commander! Sorry.
This is Rat Patrol Team 01. We're with the CID, one of the bodies investigating PMC activity.
First hounds, now rats. Here, you can have this back. What is your problem? You okay? Stomach pains? Diarrhea?
It's been 4 days since Liquid arrived in the area. And since then, this woman's been with him. She doesn't look like a combatant. Probably some kind of advisor, maybe a scientist.
So, you're the commander of this O1 unit?
Why? Something wrong with that? Here, I'll introduce you to the team. That's Ed, our radio man and sniper. Sleeping giant is Jonathan. Don't stand behind him. He hates it when people go around his back. And finally... Johnny. Everybody just calls him Akiba.
Commander, I've finished installing the sensors.
Okay, Akiba. Anyway.
You're all grown up.
Maybe it's because someone taught me well. A certain legendary hero who suddenly disappeared. You quit the unit. Me? I never gave up on you. Or on Foxhound. Back then, I just wanted you to accept me. I wanted you to turn around and see who I was. But I've put the past behind. I'm done playing little love games. So, what are you here for?
Threat assessment. The PMCs.
Really? Because I heard a rumor there's an assassin out there targeting their leader.
Well, that's some rumor. I'm only here because the UN wants me to assess the impact and effects of PMCs on their refugee protection efforts.
That's all?
More than enough for a retired vet like me.
I know he's plotting an insurrection. But as long as AT Security's system is in place, there's no way he'll succeed.
How can you be so sure?
They've implemented a system that monitors in real time every single soldier engaged in combat action, whether he's State Army or PMC. Each individual soldier has been fully ID tagged with nanomachines, injected into their bodies for that purpose. The nanomachines keep track of the soldiers and their real-time personal data 24 hours a day. They monitor each man's position, movement speed, reserve ammo, firing accuracy, wounds, rations, water intake and supply, sweat secreted, heart rate, blood pressure and sugar levels, oxygen. All the data gathered on body condition, on sensory organ data showing pain and fear, data on every internal response within the body. All of it is collected by an AI at the system's core. This data is monitored at HQ to enable command to make quicker, more precise, more rational decisions. It also enables crisis management for each individual soldier. It's being used by the US military, by state armies in allied countries, by PMCs. Even police agencies are starting to adopt it. Unless they agree to implement the system, PMCs aren't permitted to send troops anywhere.
You've got these system nanomachines in you too.
Of course. Our unit plays by the rules, same as everybody else. It was creepy at first, knowing you're being watched 24/7, but I've gotten used to it. It gives us a lot of advantages in the field, too. We get a clearer picture of what's going on around us, so there's less confusion during missions. And our nanomachines communicate with each other, making teamwork a lot smoother. And that's not all the system does for us. It's also a security guarantee against the PMCs.
Security guarantee.
That's right. The PMCs are combat groups without states or ideologies. They're not fighting out of nationalism or for a cause. They don't care why the war is being fought. They're just bodies fighting on someone else's behalf. They're mercenaries, a commodity. So it's easy to imagine them betraying their clients by joining the enemy or refusing to fight, or committing humanitarian atrocities. To keep these things in check, they ensured that no one can use firearms or military vehicles without the proper system ID. It's true for every piece of equipment out there. So even if the PMCs tried to mount a terrorist attack or coup d'etat, their weapons and equipment would automatically be locked out. They wouldn't be able to move, attack, or engage in combat of any kind. And there's more. All the data on their position, personnel, and combat strength is leaked to us by the nanomachines. Even if they managed to circumvent the system by getting the nanomachines out of each soldier's body, they'd be losing their IDs in the process, so they couldn't use their weapons.
And the Patriots are behind this.
Lalilulelo, what are you talking about?
Never mind. So this system is foolproof, huh?
Completely. They call it SOP.
Sons of the Patriots.
The AI that controls it is a tightly guarded secret, both at Arms Tech Security, where it was developed, and at the Pentagon. There's no way a third party could get control of it.
I just met a guy who said he can launder ID guns. The system does have holes.
There can't be more than a few hundred of those gun launderers. It's just a grassroots movement. It's not like they can affect the entire PMC war machine. Anyway, Liquid would have had to register as a PMC in the system to assemble an army that massive. His PMCs might even exceed the US military in terms of numbers, but as long as they're registered, their soldiers' activities are constantly being monitored. So long as the US responds immediately when Liquid makes his move, we can take them down by force.
By force, huh?
When RSOC heard about Liquid's plans, they sent us to sniff around the PMCs. Even with this SOP keeping an eye on things, there are always trouble spots to deal with in the field. Disorderly conduct, disobeying orders, contract violations. We act as backup for the system by monitoring the soldiers. PMC inspections are always carried out on the battlefield. That's why we're authorized to carry and use weapons. We've lost 5 inspection teams in the past few months alone. They were all undercover inside Liquid's PMCs.
Then, if you got caught...
we'd be exterminated like rats. But we're smarter than that. We've been mingling with the PMCs, and after 3 months of searching God knows how many battlefields, we finally tracked him down. When we reported that we'd found Liquid, Our superiors ordered us to provide the UN investigators with intel. But I didn't know it'd be you.
Didn't the Colonel tell you he was sending me?
Colonel? Don't tell me it's Campbell.
Yeah,
He put you up to this?
you didn't know.
You've got to be kidding! You expect me to work with my uncle?
Meryl.
This is bullshit! He's not my father.
Meryl. So, you knew.
Yeah. Little violation of the need-to-know rule.
Then, why are you still calling him Uncle?
You're still calling him Colonel.
He's your father.
As far as I'm concerned, we're still uncle and niece. I will never forgive that womanizing piece of shit.
Meryl.
He, remarried.
Really?
His new wife's about my age. I hear she's even got a kid. It's as if he's given up on making up with his own daughter. Men. Selfish, egotistical pigs.
Commander.
What is it?
There's 20 of them. And they're not from that PMC praying mantis either. It's the Frog.
His private troops.
Oh, crap. This is not good.
Were you being followed?
No.
Akiba!
They might have seen the reflection off my scope lens. Whoa, wait. Hang on. You guys think it was my fault? No. Oh, it wasn't my fault. I swear. It wasn't my fault. Oh, man. Oh, look,
Dumbass! We're moving out.
Meryl, where's Liquid?
At a camp up ahead. I'll fill you in later. If we're still alive. Follow me. Eye contact. These guys are with Liquid's private army. Shoot first, think later. We'll use the stairs and get out through the back door on the first floor. We'll change the route as necessary. I'm on point. Stay close. Got it?
Got it.
Akiba, breathe deep.
got it.
We've got a real live legendary hero with us. Try not to choke. Move!
All right, here we go. Let's take out our barrel. Now you'll get to see this weapon in action. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear, truly. We're not done yet, though. Wait for it. Wait for it. 1, 2. Instant knockout. Oh, we'll try and do this no kills. Uh-oh. Now, let's get out a sleep satchel. That's not a sleep satchel. That's a sleep satchel. No, Snake.
Akiba, hurry up!
We're gonna plant that on the door. Now, any second, more of these frogs are gonna come out here. Cha, 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 cha. We don't really need any more sleep satchels. Will Johnny even give us more if we have 9? Probably not. No. Nah, we let that sleep gas satchel go off once we hear those footsteps drop. That's our cue. If you're low on sleep gas satchels here, if you equip them, Johnny will give you more of them. And that goes for other ammo types as well. Johnny really has your back here. He'll keep you stocked up if you're low on ammo. Now, let's place another one down here. Hey, thanks for the shout out. Now we're gonna go back, pick up the scraps. Yeah, I'm assuming someone posted that because someone just asked, are we sharing the channel? No, we both have our own separate channels. We used to share the channel. But now it is just the Arcade's channel. We alternate back and forth each month doing marathons, helping each other out on our own separate channels. This month we're over here doing the marathon here, but the next time we do a big marathon like this, it'll be over on my channel. So yeah, make sure to give me a follow there if you want to catch all these marathons that we do. Nah, I won't place down the satchels here, actually. We'll show the whole sequence.
Contact!
Just go over there!
I can't!
Cover!
Clear! Ed!
Start praying!
Afraid of who? God! Oh, God! Commander, I really gotta go! But I can't hold it any...
Get out of the way!
Oh!
Come on, get downwind now!
Oh my god, man! I never get shot here. What was there? Was I going crazy, or did the caution symbol flash on screen a couple of times as well? Oh my god, man, that's brutal. So yeah, for that sequence, you don't really have to do anything. You just wait for Johnny to finish his shit taking, and then they'll all just move on over. You don't even need to focus on the frogs at all there. The amount of detail that's put into that as well, it's so easy to miss. Afterwards, you see flies swarm around him as well.
This way!
Rum-pum.
Snake.
Do it.
Move it! Move it!
What was that for?
Is there still a frog alive? Oh, hey!
Akiba, get over here!
One of the few cutscenes in the game you can't skip, that one. It's very important that we see Johnny do that. Ah, fuck. He should have farted there. They should have added way more farts for all these Johnny scenes. Every time he does a little movement. You know, just based on the movements. If it's a really small movement, you just hear a tiny little squeak. If it's a larger movement, a more impactful movement, it's a louder fart.
The nanomachine network inside each unit member's body lets us share each other's senses. They can see what I see. And it helps control pain.
Is that part of the system, too?
With SOP, my team can literally operate as one. Well, except for a certain someone who's not much of a team player. So, what do you think? Is your age of heroes finally over?
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
You haven't changed at all, Snake. But... your body... are you gonna be all right?
This getup doubles as a muscle suit. I can still get around.
Liquid's camp is up ahead. I'll mark it on your map.
Thanks.
Akiba! One man's blunder can compromise the whole team.
I'm sorry, Commander.
Be careful, Snake.
Otacon, I know where Liquid is.
Yeah, I'm confirming the location. It's to the north of where you are. Meryl's really changed, hasn't she, Snake? She's a lot more self-assured.
I wonder how much of that has to do with the system. The senses you used to develop through extended training and experience can now be obtained without even working for them. Seems once you're under the system's control, you don't even need experience at all. It even beats that VR training that was all the rage a few years back.
Yeah. The growing need for PMCs has led to the creation of a more reliable, cost-effective supply of elite soldiers. It's also made the child soldier phenomenon more problematic than ever.
Can the nanomachines do anything to counteract post-traumatic stress disorder?
Good question. They might provide a degree of psychological stability.
You'd think so? That geek kid, Akiba, he was really starting to lose it.
Akiba.
And technologically, the system should be able to optimize each soldier's personality traits.
And that big guy, he didn't seem to be feeling any pain at all.
Augmenting the soldier's existing experience and psychological fortitude.
But a soldier's gotta have more than that.
The times have changed, Snake. Just like Meryl. Snake, hurry to the PMC camp. Based on what Meryl told us, Liquid should be there.
That geek kid, Akiba.
Maybe I should practice the old Snake voice. Maybe I can do a Snake voice. Maybe I just need to practice it.
That geek kid, Akiba.
Futsario. Virina with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Razor with the prime sub too. Cheers.
Okay, time to head for the surface.
Sold the P90. Trevin. Geek kid, Akiba.
I could use some work. Let's see. Hey, what's up, JMP? I saw you lurking there. Sounds like an old Snake impression of Kermit. Apparently all my impressions sound like Kermit to some degree. Let's call Otacon again here.
Snake, start by going up to the surface. Look for a way out of the basement.
Oh, Akiba.
That was me trying to do a Kermit voice with my Snake voice. Matty, thank you for the 34 months. Cheers.
Hey, Snake. That emblem on Meryl's uniform, that's Foxhound, isn't it?
Yep.
I thought Meryl was with the 01 unit. I mean, I know she's attached to Foxhound and all, but still.
Covert Special Forces units do this kind of thing all the time. They use emblems that don't mean anything, like skulls and stuff.
Like disinformation?
Something like that.
I wonder if that's really all it is. Maybe she's still got some lingering attachment.
You think so?
I meant to Foxhound.
I knew that.
It's okay if Meryl wants to cling to the past. I just want her to be happy, that's all.
Aw, kinda cute there, Snake. I really like some of those small moments of insecurity that Snake has. About getting old. He doesn't want to look old. He's 42, god damn it. He shouldn't look like this. Someone asked about the statue. Yeah, if we were playing on New Game, you get the frog statue here for tranking all of the frogs, like you do with the BMBs. And if you collect all the statues, you get the solar gun. That's your reward. I haven't played Harvester, no. I usually do the MGS3 call in the next area.
You ready to roll?
We're gonna slowly make our way through this area. Love the ashen footprints that we leave here.
Always wanted to be him.
This poor asshole never stands a chance. He doesn't always get shot there. Sometimes that grenade catches him. He either gets caught by that stray bullet or the grenade gets him. There's no way he can ever survive. Poor guy.
Otacon. It looks like the militia have got themselves an armored tank.
Yup. A BMP-3. It's an old Soviet-designed IFV. It's not quite up to MBT defensive standards, but it's got enough armor to protect it against medium-caliber machine gun rounds. The militia could use it as a barricade against PMC gunfire. Use it to your advantage to help you proceed without having to face the PMCs.
Yeah, maybe if you trank him, maybe then they don't throw up the grenade. Or maybe if you trank him and then go straight up to him, the grenade doesn't get thrown. I can't remember if I've tried that before. Come on, show yourself. Oh! Good. Sweet.
Sunlight! Sunlight!
Faye. Is that...
Well then. That just happened. So there we have our introduction to the B&B unit. Amalgams of all the previous boss fights from all the previous games. Stitched together parts of the bosses from 1, 2, and 3. Let's pick up all this crap first.
Head northwest.
But yeah, you'll notice with the B&Bs, you know, like Laughing Octopus, it's kind of like a the name combination of Decoy Octopus and Laughing, I think, is supposed to refer to the Joy, the boss from MGS3. The tentacles and the P90 calling back to Solidus. The weapons. Crying Wolf, you've Sniper Wolf and the Sorrow. Using the rail gun, calling back to Rex or to Fortune even. Raging Raven, the Fury, Vulcan Raven, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and someone said there that they never knew that Mantis was up there, that you can actually see that that ghost of Mantis. Yeah, if you just look when you're because you probably just don't think to move the analog stick when you're holding L1 to see during that scene. But yeah, while you're looking in first person, while you're doing that L1 trigger, if you look over to the left hand side, you can see Psycho Mantis lurking there. The bed and breakfast unit. What's the worst boss battle? Oh, Raging Raven by a long shot. Raging Raven is quite boring. Just flies around. Not really that much that's interesting about the mechanics. Just a bit of a sponge. Most of the other ones are decent. I really like the atmosphere of the Crying Wolf fight, especially, and just her design. That mech design, I think, is fantastic. That little hatch that opens up and the sound, and just the way she's positioned in that little hatch inside the mech with the railgun, it's a really cool design. The sound design for that fight is great as well. I've always really enjoyed it. I think the The mechanics of the fight are interesting as well. I just wish that the arena was a bit bigger. You know, if it was, let's say if the arena was more like the Ends arena in MGS3, that fight could have been really cool. But she just doesn't have too many, she doesn't have enough places to hide, I think. That's the main problem I have with that fight.
Those things just wipe the floor with the militiamen.
Must be the special unit that wounded militiaman was talking about.
And now the wreckage is blocking the way. Snake, head straight for Liquid's camp. Snake, the Solid Eye's night vision mode can give you a clear view of footprints left behind by the enemy. Use this feature to help you determine their patrol routes more efficiently. Hey, Snake, since when did you learn how to use CQC?
I got the training back when I was in Foxhound, but I never used it in actual combat.
You had those skills all this time and never used them? Why?
The man who taught me was my former commander in Foxhound.
Big Boss?
Never felt right using a technique learned from a man who'd betrayed his unit. Thinking back, CQC as a concept was way ahead of its time. Nobody was using it yet. Not the Green Berets, or the SEALs, or the CIA paramilitaries.
And then earlier this year, the Pentagon declassifies Big Boss's file for some reason. All of a sudden, his story is the stuff of pop culture. Books, magazines, the net. And now people are taking another look at CQC.
The war criminal, reinvented as a hero.
Big Boss's exploits as a Cold War secret agent back in the 60s have made him a legend.
The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize.
Is that why you finally decided to use CQC? Because it's no longer just his anymore?
The CQC soldiers use nowadays is a pale imitation. They're learning from reading about it. I learned through doing, and there's a world of difference.
Then you want to teach them the real thing. The way you learned from your Big Boss.
That's not it either. Some things aren't meant to be passed down to future generations. When some guy comes at me using that cookie-cutter imitation of CQC, my body just reacts naturally, that's all.
Ah, I get it. An eye for an eye. Well, maybe not quite. I reckon they'd lose more than just an eye when going up against you.
No, I don't think the implication is that MGS3 didn't happen as shown. It's just that MGS3 has reshaped the perception of Big Boss in the eyes of the fan base. A war criminal turned hero. Although, I mean, I think people still thought Big Boss was a badass before MGS3. He's still framed as this godly figure. But, yeah. You know, he says, because it seems like now, recently, in the world of MGS4, suddenly these stories started to pop up about his time during the 60s and the Cold War era. The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize.
What? Hey.
What's interesting about the call as well is they kind of make it seem like Snake just used CQC in that scene with Johnny. You know, that's what Otacon is referring to. As if that was the first time he saw him use CQC. You know, and Snake only started using it there when he saw this other cookie-cutter version of it. But, of course, you can use CQC right at the start of the game, before you meet Johnny. It would have been really cool if, at the start of the game, you didn't use CQC at all. You know? Like, what if for the first act of the game, or for the first 3/4 of the first act, you just had Snake's MGS2 moves, where you just had simple punches and kicks. And then after the frog sequence, then you attained CQC due to what happened. I think that would have been really cool. You know, you start off, you know, they could have like really tied it more into the story there. You know, because I don't think Snake is supposed to be seeing other random soldiers use this cookie cutter version of CQC, right? He's talking about Johnny. One second. But yeah, I guess they didn't want to go back to, you know, basic CQC for Snake. Even if it made more sense story-wise, given the mechanical growth of the series and how they, and the evolution of hand-to-hand combat in MGS3, they probably didn't want to go backwards with all those systems, so they tried to fit it into Snake's story somehow. Maybe you could argue as well that it fits thematically with the whole idea of proxies and characters standing in for other characters. With Snake standing in for Big Boss, the first image we see of him is him at the graveyard saluting. And then we have Raiden as the Grey Fox proxy, the Grey Fox stand-in. We have characters filling roles once again. Kind of MGS2-esque.
Snake, there are more differences between the militia and the PMCs than you may think. For one thing, the PMCs are flush with cash, so they usually have the latest gear.
Looks that way. Weapon systems, combat suits, tactical vests, communications equipment. All the latest toys.
On top of that, they're running on the SOP system, which keeps them in constant contact with each other during battle. The militia, on the other hand, are little more than amateurs. Most haven't even had basic combat training. And their equipment is nothing to brag about either. They're just barely scraping by.
Their weapons don't seem to be controlled by the system. The ones I've picked up work for me just fine.
Right. But the PMC's weapons won't. You can steal their guns, but they'll most likely be locked and unusable. Remember that. Just a little farther to Liquid's camp. Check your radar to see which way to go.
Anything else?
Just a little...
Okay, okay. What? Ah!
Who's that?
My favorite character in MGS4? I guess Old Snake. If I don't know, that might be cheating. I feel bad for old Snake. Poor old Grandpa Snake. Raiden just makes me sad. Raiden makes me feel like Vito Corleone when he sees Sonny shot to shit. What happened to my boy?
Who was that?
Are those gecko on that truck? I always pictured gecko as these big, hulking things. But I guess they can fold up pretty small, too. Imagine that. I'll bet I could fit one through my front door if I tried. What do you think?
Thinking about redecorating?
Come on. You don't think I'm that weird, do you?
Never explain why we don't have the Soliton radar. I think the developers just wanted to move on from that system. I think they thought it was too abusable where people would play the game just by looking at the Soliton radar instead of the in-game world. Because with MGS 1 and 2, you can almost play the game just by looking at the radar without even paying attention to the environment. And then they got rid of that for MGS 3, and then they continued with different systems for MGS 4. I really like the threat ring in MGS 4. This ring that shows you how close all the nearest enemies are. And then, you know, you still have your little radar there with the solid eye. I think it was a good decision, personally, to get rid of the radar and experiment with other systems.
Snake, these enhanced soldiers seem to be using some sort of device to cling to the walls.
Doesn't look like they have spikes or suction cups.
This is only a guess, but I think their gloves and boots might have some mechanism that employs van der Waals force. It's a type of mutual interaction that occurs between two electrically neutral particles. Geckos use it to crawl up walls and across ceilings.
Oh, that kind of gecko. But those things are a hell of a lot lighter than a human.
Well, around 10 years ago, I read about an experiment where they reportedly suspended an object weighing 100 grams using a 5mm square piece of adhesive tape. Assuming the technology's advanced since then, I don't see why these guys couldn't be climbing all over the walls.
Otacon, what about Vamp? How he ran up that support pillar in the big shell. You think that's how he did it?
You mean, did he have this technology? He could have, yeah.
So it wasn't that he had some freak supernatural powers.
Hey, when technology starts to test the limits of our imagination, what's the difference?
Fuck you, Otacon. But yeah, the thing is, though, if you look at what Vamp is actually wearing in MGS2, they're just fucking normal-ass boots. They look like the most generic pair of boots that you've ever seen. They don't look anything like what the frogs are wearing, or like they really don't look like they have fancy tech built into them. Oh, hello. They would disguise them as regular boots. Maybe you're right.
I think I saw something. Who goes there?
Ah. Ah.
I designed your radar exactly to your specifications, Snake. The baseline map, shown in the upper right of the screen, shows a visual representation of what your senses tell you, including scents you're not even conscious of. It compiles and amplifies data on surrounding temperature, humidity, sounds, and smells. Think of it as a digital expression of the feel of your environment.
The feel? You mean my close-range senses?
That's one way of putting it, yeah. The stronger a feel is, the more vividly it shows up on the radar. But if you're somewhere with a high baseline, in the middle of a combat zone, say, or a panicking crowd, it's tougher to pick up that feel. Granted, you tend to stick out more when it's quiet around you, and it's easier to slip by unnoticed in a commotion, but it also makes you less alert to threats. Living organisms, such as soldiers and moving objects like unmanned weapons, give off strong feels, so they'll show up clearly on your radar. The radar also displays the strength of the ripples you yourself send out to others. The more you stick out, the bigger and brighter your radar presence will be. On the other hand, keeping quiet, staying still, and using octocamo to blend in with the environment makes your radar presence smaller, indicating that you're less likely to be detected by the enemy.
Be aware of the feels, Snake. Okay, I think we can move on. Let me just try calling Otacon one more time here.
Snake, remember how I told you the militia were basically amateurs?
Yeah. From what I've seen, though, they're holding their own. Not quite ready to lie down and give up, at least.
Right. The militia have hired operators working for them. You're disguised as one now. They make for pretty good commanders in battle. Well, maybe you haven't noticed because you're not actually working as one. But those operators are all over the place, shouting out orders and giving signals. The militia's ability to organize themselves in battle largely depends on their presence. Heaven forbid one of those operators gets taken out. The chain of command would dissolve, along with any real combat effectiveness. Just a little farther to Liquid's camp. Check your radar to see which way to go.
connection problems. Go check it out.
Yes, sir.
Otacon, wait here.
I knew it. Snake, you're here to kill Liquid, aren't you?
That's the mission. Are you going to stop me?
My mission is to inspect the PMCs. I'm not in a position to take action. All I can do is stand by and watch. I can't help you, understand? I'm a peacekeeper, here to keep order.
Understood.
Activate it.
What?
What? What? What?
Commander!
I never thought it would be so easy. But these results... refreshing. Don't you think? Brother! It's been too long.
Liquid!
Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all.
Are free of the shackles of fate. Snake, brother, we are free. Watch, Snake. Watch as I surpass my own origin.
Snake, if you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go. Fulfill your destiny.
There we go. Act 1. Let's save. Raudo, thank you very much for the 95 months. And how? Cheers. Uncle YouTube with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you very much. Cheers, everyone.
Uncle Hal? The eggs? They're done.
Thank you, Sonny.
Snake!
So, back from the dead?
I don't remember the sun being so flat.
I'll dig in right away, Sonny. And would you make some for Snake, too?
Okay.
Hey. None for me, Sonny. Shh. How long was I out?
A whole day.
Someone saved my life.
Yeah. Could have been Meryl and her boys. Don't worry. They're doing fine.
Liquid got away.
Are you okay?
Well, what the hell? The prompt didn't even fucking come up there.
Just seized up all of a sudden. This is normal. It's not my joints or muscles.
It looked like the PMC soldiers all went haywire en masse, too. I thought it might be a form of ADS, but I didn't detect any aberrations in the EM field. You were lucky. Some of those guys' hearts simply stopped.
She was there. Naomi was at Liquid's side. Otacon, did you see her?
No, but you're right. Naomi was there. I found traces of her DNA in that syringe you were holding.
So it was Naomi. Why?
Here, let me show you something. Right after it all happened, I got a video mail from Naomi. It was sent to my old address.
Here you go.
Thanks, Sonny. They're delicious.
But you haven't even eaten any.
We grown-ups have to watch our caloric intake, you know. Ah, but thank you. I was looking for this.
You're not watching your nicotine intake.
Sonny! You really hurt her feelings.
Yeah. Why don't you teach her how to cook eggs then?
Oh, like I know how to cook. Hey, check this out. The data's been quarantined, no viruses. The voice print matches Naomi's, and I'm fairly confident the video isn't digitally synthesized either.
Snake, I'll make this quick. I'm in South America. I've been captured and forced to do research. It's Liquid. Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the Sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers. To do that, he needs to analyze the nanomachine structure and find out how they communicate with one another. The nanomachines currently in use by militaries and PMCs are third generation. But their design is derived from that of the first generation. And the basic technology is still the same.
First generation?
I was the one who created the first generation. A nanomachine colony, part of which was Foxtie. 9 years ago at Shadow Moses, I injected it into your body, Snake.
data. Sonny decoded it for us. Remember now? This is data from the Soliton radar you used to shadow Moses. I'm guessing Naomi wants us to know the message truly is from her. Sending the map data in Soliton radar format. Very clever. And Mei Ling's helping us out from Hawaii.
The data she sent was 4D sound data. I don't know how Soliton radar works, but all I had to do was change the audio data into video data. It was easy. This Naomi lady seems pretty cool.
It's Campbell.
Snake, as you'll recall, following the Shadow Moses incident 9 years ago, Naomi was detained by the authorities. But someone arranged for her escape.
Yeah, I hear they added that to my rap sheet too.
I suspect it was actually Liquid. He must have taken her prisoner himself and forced her to do research at his facility in South America. Chances are, the location Naomi gave us is the site of Liquid's main base.
But there's no actual proof.
There's an ongoing skirmish between the new regime put into power by PMCs and a rebel army formed by remnants of the old one. The rebels have hired a small-scale local PMC of their own to stir things up. It's the quintessential example of a war economy market. The new regime is still in shambles, so it's really Pure Moment, one of the PMCs under Outer Heaven control, that's calling the shots. You might say it's a perfect place for Liquid to make his haven.
Or it could be a trap.
True, but even so, the payoff would greatly aid our efforts.
I had Sonny trace the origin of Naomi's mail. The address is fake, but Sonny was able to track the message back through its proxies based on access date timestamps and data transfer volumes. Apparently, the message originated from a server in South America. I wouldn't exactly call it 100% credible, though.
Colonel, where's Meryl?
Well, I know she left the Middle East in pursuit of Liquid. I'm sure our sock is on to us by now. We can't chase that line too far.
Which leaves Naomi as our only lead.
I've secured you landing clearance at El Dorado International Airport. You'll be acting as a UN inspector.
South America. That's about 20 hours from here. Then what's the plan?
I'll arrange for them to get you a 4x4. The location Naomi gave us, the PMC's base, is in a mountainous region surrounded by forests. Use the 4x4 to get as close as possible to the PMC security perimeter. From there on, Snake, it'll be a solo sneaking mission.
Right.
Thanks. The rebels are still pitched in battle against the PMCs. The commotion should help you slip into the facility unnoticed.
20 hours until we land. Got it. I'll have a look at the documents. Maybe I'll even have a smoke while I still can.
I still haven't had any food. I'm gonna try and eat during this next scene. Radio Man. Claro.
Colonel, how deeply are they involved in all of this?
The Patriots, you mean?
The data we got from Arsenal Gear was a load of crap. 12 founders who have all been dead for 100 years. Give me a break. We know they exist today. If the purpose of this battlefield control system is to control IDs, it fits in with their plans perfectly.
Seizing control of the world's ID systems, and then using them to manipulate the economy and information flow. For the Patriots, that's the ultimate prize. You might say the Patriots are the embodiment of the war economy.
Everything that Solidus feared 5 years ago, it's all come to pass.
The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information.
Now, with the media and global opinion under complete control, not even the UN can stand up to them.
Then Liquid's insurrection is against them.
Exactly. It would seem as though Liquid has taken up Big Boss's cause. An age of persistent universal warfare. A world where mercenaries are free from domination. In a sense, the Outer Heaven Big Boss envisioned is already a living reality.
You mean the PMCs and their war business?
Right now, Liquid is a slave to the Patriots, forced to fight their proxy wars for them.
He must be dying to break free of their spell.
Beneath the surface, a new Cold War is brewing between Liquid and the Patriots over who will survive.
And no matter who wins, the world has no future. Until we stop Liquid and destroy the system, we'll never be free.
Snake, what we call peace is an equilibrium kept in check by the war economy. Destroying the system means wiping out the information society, the end of modern civilization. Like it or not, we may have no choice but to protract the system.
Snake, here's what we know about the current battle. Rebel guerrilla units are advancing on the base of the government PMC troops. That base appears to be Liquid's safe house. According to Naomi's data, she's being held prisoner inside the compound.
That's where she is.
Assuming the data is correct. And one more thing.
What now?
The government PMC troops have been operating at high altitudes. We have reports that it's starting to upset the balance of the nano-machine control system.
Meaning?
Meaning the low blood oxygen content seems to have an effect on their nano-machines, giving them a slight edge in battle. Be careful.
Steer clear of altitude sickness. Got it.
Get this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrades.
More guerrillas will be coming to storm the safe house. He must be among their numbers. Sooner or later, he will come. Don't let down your guard.
Otacon, what the hell?
That was Vamp. I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that face.
Those were PMC soldiers with him. Is he involved in Liquid's plan?
We watched him die in Manhattan. Damn it, he won't leave us alone. Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
I swear, the next time he shows up...
Not now, Otacon.
Right. I know. Snake, according to satellite imagery procured by Mei Ling, the facility where Naomi's being held is to the north, along a mountain road. I'm sending the location to your map.
Mei Ling? What's she up to these days?
Taking command of the Missouri, apparently.
The Missouri? That's a World War II battleship.
The museum contract in Hawaii expired some time ago. I hear it's now being used as a virtual training vessel.
No kidding.
Not for actual combat training, of course, but rather to get sailors used to seamanship on an analog vessel. Or so I hear. After the mess at Shadow Moses, Mei Ling kinda got put out to pasture.
Even so, making captain at her age, that's pretty impressive.
Rumor has it she caught the eye of some lecherous old admiral who got her promoted. She always did have a thing for older men.
Maybe it's too early to retire after all.
Thinking of taking a little training on an analog vessel, Snake?
No. At this point, I've got no need for any more training.
Fair enough. Listen, Snake. When you get there, remember, the conflict between the PMCs and the rebels has nothing to do with your mission. There's no reason for you to get involved or take sides. That said, creating some sort of impact on the battlefield could produce better conditions for sneaking. The rebels are targeting the facility being used by the PMCs as a base. This is more or less the same spot where Naomi's being held. If you aid the rebels, they might get rid of some of the PMCs and help carve a path for you to sneak in.
That freak I just saw, with the tentacles, was it using the same octo-camo system as my suit?
Yeah?
I thought that technology was of your own design.
Actually, I kinda based it on some designs Sonny snagged off the net.
And the data came from?
DARPA.
So in other words, we're on equal ground technologically.
Sorry. I guess I should have told you.
And by the looks of things, they know I'm coming too.
Yeah, it could be a trap. Stay sharp.
All right. Something I think is interesting, in that scene, when Otacon asks Snake, you don't think Vamp is immortal, do you? And he says, no, this is the real world, not some fantasy game. It reminds me of the call, obviously, we did at the end of Act 1, where they were talking about Vamp's powers again, and his ability to run on water and all that. his fancy shoes, supposedly that has the same tech as the frogs. But then there was the call that we got about Snake's CQC, where Snake is commenting on MGS3 being a fantasy. The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize, talking about Big Boss's exploits in the 60s. So yeah, a couple of times we see the previous games being referred to as fantasies as opposed to the reality of MGS4. And the same thing happens again later on when we meet Naomi, when Naomi is talking about the SOP system, and when they all started to break down at the end of Act 1. And she says, I forget exactly what her line is, but I think it's something like, up until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly reality came crashing down. And while she says that, the game is in slideshow mode during that scene. You're not actually looking at Naomi say those words. But while she's saying those words, the game is literally showing the PS3 menu as it cycles through all of the games in the series. So just kind of interesting. This game seems to frame all of the previous games as a fantasy, contrasted with MGS4 as reality. I don't think I ever really thought about all of the different calls that describe the various games as fantasies. You know, you have I didn't realize it was such a recurring thing. But yeah, you have that call about MGS3 and Big Boss, and then you have MGS2, and then we have the scene later on with Naomi where they seem to be describing the whole series as some kind of alternate fantasy as opposed to this reality of MGS4. I just think that's kind of interesting. Let's see here. Otacon, what do you have to say?
Snake, I see you found yourself a uniform from the old regime's army. It's just like the ones the rebels are wearing.
Yeah, just my size, too.
The rebels are a heck of a lot less likely to shoot at you if you're wearing that uniform. Don't hesitate to put it on if you're feeling a little naked.
I'll do that.
Of course, you have to act the part, too. Don't forget to play nice.
Don't worry. I'll behave.
Snake refers to MGS1 as a nostalgic dream in Act 4 as well, yeah. In the Japanese script, at least.
Head for the research lab where Naomi's being held. It's to the north.
Go get the weapons!
I always wondered if the lyrics of Snake Eater were supposed to tie into that idea in MGS3. You know, MGS3... You know, MGS2 kind of forcing you to question the reality of what you're seeing. And MGS3 more so living in a fantasy. You know, I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater. And then you have several other calls in the game referring to dreams, Eva's dream, the nightmare sequence, of course, with which isn't a part of the HD collection. But yeah, I always wondered if that whole idea of dreams was supposed to be more significant in MGS3. A lot of the MGS games question what is real. Well, I wouldn't say so, actually. It's a big theme in MGS2, reality and unreality, and the questioning of reality, the questioning of truths and accepted truths and all of that. But I don't think MGS3. I don't think that's a theme in MGS3 at all. I think the opposite is true. The game tells you to there's that call with paramedic that alludes to the themes of MGS2. You know, where Snake says telling the difference between what's real and what's not isn't always as easy as it seems, and paramedic says, well, you know, don't get too absorbed into your mission. It's important to relax every now and then. And there are several calls like that in MGS3 telling you to just take it easy and have fun and not think about things too hard. Responding to the backlash of MGS2 and MGS MGS3 designed to be more of a crowd pleaser, where it's just where they focus more on the entertainment factor rather than having you get involved with all these existential ideas. That's why I brought that up, the whole thing about the lyrics of Snake Eater possibly tying into that idea of just embracing the dream, living in the fantasy, not thinking too hard and just living in the fantasy of it all, embracing the fantasy of the story. You know, when you meet the Cobra unit in MGS3, Snake isn't losing his mind and wondering how all this shit could be happening. The game doesn't question the Cobra unit's powers at all. You know, imagine if Raiden saw the pain or saw the fear. He'd be fucking losing his mind. He'd be like, what the hell is going on? How is this actually happening? How is this real life? MGS3 doesn't do that. MGS3 embraces the fantasy and doesn't question it. Ah, fuck off, man. That wouldn't have happened if I didn't stop to talk, by the way. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Ba-dum. Where the... Oh my god. What a ninja. What the hell is this guy doing?
This is HQ. Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
I can't seem to aim properly. Does 4 have a theme? Or did Kojima just want to wrap this shit up? The core theme of MGS4 is sense, which I think more accurately translates to will in Japanese. The innate parts of someone's being that cannot be passed on. You know, the MGS2 is all about skills, all about the idea of legacy and characters that are trying to pass on their skills and knowledge to the next generation. The importance of what to pass on. And MGS4 is trying to get at the idea that maybe certain things cannot be passed on. You know, there's that tutorial call in the previous, at the end of Act 1, where they were talking about Snake's threat ring and how it relates to Snake's senses and how you can see other people's feels on the radar. I was going to talk about that back then at the end of Act 1, but I decided not to. But yeah, like that there are certain things that a person's sense, that a person's feel, that's like a feel is something that you can't really quantify. It's not something you can pin down. I think that's why they use that term there, because a feel is something kind of abstract. And yeah, again, it relates to what Kojima was trying to accomplish with the previous game, or with MGS2 at least. You know, that he was trying to teach his team how to make MGS. He was hoping that they could go on to create future games without him. But then when he got pulled back again and again with MGS4, he started to think, you know, maybe there are certain things that I just can't pass on. he started to wonder if he started thinking that he failed with the previous games, and that maybe it's really impossible to pass on what you need to pass on.
Is he there? It's the enemy!
I'm not focusing on the game at all here.
This is HQ.
That's why you see so many of the characters in this game. DRK was probably talking about this earlier, but, you know, characters don't really develop in the way that you would think they would. Like, at the end of MGS2, Raiden is supposed to become this new person. But in MGS4, he reverts back into a shell of himself. And a lot of the characters do that. Like, when we meet Naomi later on, the first thing she says to us is the exact opposite of what she says at the end of MGS1. You know, at the end of MGS1, she has this positive message about breaking free from the chains of fate and, you know, determining your own future. The first thing she says to us in MGS4 is, Snake, you and I, neither of us can change our fate, or something along those lines. That's not an exact quote, but it's basically what she says. Neither of us can break free.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
Raiden later on in Act 4, you know, I won't live a proxy life. I won't be a slave to someone else's will. He's still struggling to become his own person, still a slave to others. I feel like that line is probably somewhat meta as well. You know, Raiden being shaped by outside forces.
Where'd he go? He there?
I'm just scrolling up in the chat here. Abstractions of intuition. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I think. Red Tens. I didn't really explain it the way I wanted to there, but you kind of get the idea. Given that he couldn't pass the series on after 2, he started to wonder, maybe there are some things you can't pass on. Someone's feel, someone's will, like the essence. You can teach someone all these skills and everything, but yeah, maybe you can't pass on the essence.
Hey.
Fuck this. Kill me, man. Let's just do this again. Hey, just kill me. Kill me. I want to restart this area. I was talking shit the whole time and wasn't paying attention.
Snake, you can't die. No, Snake! Snake!
This mission fails screen is interesting to me as well. You know, the game opens with TV commercials where you're like literally controlling a TV flicking through channels. And then the mission failed screen seems to tie into that idea, you know? We see these flickering shots and then this static, like a broken television. An interesting detail as well, during the mission failed flashes, you know, you see a flashback and then you see a shot of Snake in the game world, then you see another flashback to a cutscene and another shot of Snake in the game world, and it keeps doing that again and again. The shots of Snake in the world show you that he's being held up by puppet strings. If you pay attention, you can. It's clearer in certain areas more than others. But yeah, you can see that in those shots he's being held up by puppet strings, which is kind of an ominous image. Yeah, I don't think you can ever see them while you're actually controlling Snake. But once you lose control of Snake, you start to see these puppet strings. It's weird, you know, like the same strings that Mantis uses later on. Like he's being controlled by Mantis. I used to think that Screaming Mantis and Psycho Mantis being the final boss was just fan service. You know, because Mantis being the most popular MGS boss, the most iconic MGS boss, and that's probably part of it. But then I started to think, well, no, like puppets and proxies are like a really big theme in the game. Characters not having their own will, characters standing in for other characters. So I was like, wait, no, that's actually a big theme. So having a puppeteer as the final B&B kind of fits with that theme. So there's more to it than that, I think.
Head for the research lab where Naomi's being held. It's to the north. What's going on?
And does the stress meter directly coincide with Kojima's stress level? Well, the whole team were under a lot of stress with MGS4. If you watch the making of MGS4, they talk about how, like, the staff, their workload doubled or tripled compared to the previous games. The PS3 was a nightmare to work with. They had a lot of trouble with the PS3. They thought it was going to be this miracle machine. I think Kojima was quite upset in a couple of interviews, talking about it. You know, that like they were promised gold and they got shit. Well, probably didn't get shit, but yeah, he thought the PS3 was going to be a lot more powerful than what it was.
Weapons!
Right, let's just fly through this fucking area. Another thing about, like, the whole idea of fan service, you know, like, it's a common opinion about this game. You know, it's just a big fan service fest, and that's what all the flashbacks and references are. Just like, hey, remember this thing from MGS1? Hey, clap, I remember this, I remember that. And, you know, I think that criticism has some merit to it. But at the same time, I don't think the game is... I don't think that's what the game is trying to say in all these situations where the game flashes back. Like, I think the game is much more cynical than that. Like, this game doesn't feel like just this big celebration of MGS to me. I'm not sure if any of you guys have played Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry 5 is kind of similar to MGS4 in that it's full of callbacks and references to the previous games. But to me, Devil May Cry 5 really does feel like a celebration of Devil May Cry as a series. MGS4 is like sad and sluggish and old and dying and withering. You know, you have all these flashbacks to the previous games, and all these callbacks, but it's not like this big exciting extravaganza all the time. It's like You know, it's this old, dying, decaying thing. And you know, and then like you get the ration as your first, was one of your first items in the game. And let's look at the description of the ration. A portable military ration. Contains all the calories and nutrients a soldier needs in a day. A variety of menu choices are available, so as to break up the monotony of repetition. Kind of interesting. And then you get, you know, the opening scene of the game, cycling through the MGS games, genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control, MGS1, MGS2, MGS3, MGS4, repetition, cycling through all the previous games. And then it ends on pure battlefield control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. At the very end of the game, when Big Boss is giving his big speech, you know, he's like, you know, every MGS game, almost every MGS game ends with this big monologue that reflects on the theme of the game. And Big Boss's monologue is like that, where he's talking about the Patriots AI and the war economy and the Patriots as a metaphor for the military-industrial complex, and how the Patriots AI can only repeat the same patterns again and again and again, and it creates a world devoid of substance. You know, all of this repetition, I don't think is supposed to be seen as like a positive thing. That's not to say that all these callbacks are supposed to be cynical at the same time. I don't think they are. I think the game really does. I don't think it's like, oh, like if you enjoy all these callbacks, you're being tricked, you know, because this is actually all supposed to be miserable. I don't think so. I think I think it's supposed to be a bit more nuanced than that. But yeah, I don't think it's all. I don't think it's all supposed to be like, hey, look at this and clap. I think it's partially supposed to be creating this world of, this world lacking substance. It's kind of weird, you know, because it's like the game is, yeah, it's like the game is, the game is criticizing itself almost. The game is building itself up as something that it's then trying to criticize. Personally, I think Kojima is trying to comment on what the series might become, like that the series could become something like this, except without all the self-awareness, that what could happen. Where the fuck do I even go with this whole thing? I'm going on all these wild tangents. But yeah, I think the SOP system and the depiction of the war economy and all of that is supposed to also double as an allegory for the games industry and the series at the time that this was being made. Kojima's putting himself in the shoes of old Snake, someone who's like an outsider who doesn't exist in this system of control and conformity. And, you know, in the world of MGS4, everything is running on this system, on this conveyor belt. And old Snake kind of exists outside of that. You know, no place for Hideo. I think Kojima kind of sees himself as Snake, in that sense, as someone existing outside of this system. Yeah, MGS4 is really interesting, I think. So this is something I've been thinking about recently as well when we talk about like MGS4 and MGS5. I always question, like, do I really hate MGS4? You know, because I really do dislike parts of it. But at the same time, I think I would have to say that I find it to be like a way more interesting game than MGS1 or MGS3. I would never say it's a better game, I don't think, than those games. But I certainly find myself thinking about it way more often than those games. Maybe it's because of its flaws that I find it to be more interesting in some ways. Like, it's just this weird, it's just this big mess, but it's still really fascinating. I don't know. I guess the best games don't have to always be the most interesting games. I'll probably try and reframe what I was saying there in a few minutes so I can more clearly get across what I mean. It's hard to succinctly describe what I'm talking about without sounding like some kind of fucking madman.
Something there? Hey.
But yeah, like I think pretty much all of Kojima's games like double as allegories about games or about the series itself or the game itself. You know, the stories. Like,
anybody there?
I think they almost always talk about the development of the games themselves, reflect on the industry.
Who is that? What's going on?
Obviously, there's the very overt stuff later on where they're talking about first-person shooters and like the stuff on the Playboy magazine. Do I even have the Playboy magazine? Oh yeah, it's a weapon. The best first-person shooters of the year. Can you believe we used to pay for these things? You know, this was 2008. This was during the big first-person shooter craze when, like, console multiplayer games were booming, first-person shooters, Call of Duty, all that stuff. The MGS trailers really played off the idea of first-person shooters. Like, this is no FPS, this is MGS. And even the whole idea of proxies and puppets tied into the game in this way, where Otacon tells Snake in one of the trailers, you know, this game could be the key to winning the console war. You know, MGS4 being a puppet used for Sony to win a war. Like just one of Sony's proxies. And, you know, I think all of that stuff was supposed to tie into the world of MGS4.
Oh, it's you again.
Hey, what's up?
Doing here? It's the enemy.
Man, I'm not focusing on the game at all right now. I'm just thinking about this shit that we're talking about. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Suck my balls.
Understood. Stand by. Sending reinforcements now.
Cover!
I don't know why I'm using the Mosin. I just am. It's not going so well. But yeah, I guess like so much of the, like I don't know, it's weird. Like I really dislike what happens to Raiden in this game, for example. But yet I'm still so interested in like why it is that way and the reasons behind why the characters change and just all the meta subtext in 4 is really interesting. All the autobiographical stuff.
Nice going.
All of the, yeah, all of that commentary under the surface is really interesting. You know? Who gives a shit about MGS1 and MGS3? They're just like, yeah, they're really good games. fucking boring, you know? Yeah, you know, I guess there's some interesting things about them. But MGS4, now that's a fucking game. That's a crazy fucking video game.
Understood. Stand by. Sending reinforcements now.
Oh, you poor old man. And my skills take a real nosedive once I start talking about this shit. I genuinely, I think MGS4 is the reason, I think, why I am the way I am about this series. MGS4 I think is responsible for, like, turning me into a super fan of MGS. Like, I loved the series growing up as a kid, but it was rediscovering the series in my early 20s, and especially rediscovering MGS4 and all the stuff under the surface of MGS4 that, like, really got me invested. So yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I should love MGS4. Maybe I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for MGS4 being the way it is. If MGS4 didn't have all this wild shit in it, maybe I wouldn't have been that interested.
Snake, there's someone I'd like you to meet. A member of the mission staff. A psychological counselor.
Psychological counselor?
A lot of soldiers can't handle the stress of battle. End up panicking. She'll be useful in helping you understand the mindset of both the PMC and rebel soldiers.
She?
Rosemary.
Nice to meet you, Snake.
This is Rosemary. She used to work as a data analyst at the Pentagon, but moved to combat support during the Big Shell incident.
Yeah. She was in charge of Jack's files, wasn't she?
After that, she studied psychology. And now she's a counselor with CSP, the Combat Stress Platoon.
Yeah, I hear psychological counseling's the hot field these days. Increased combat efficiency and productivity, all without ever picking up a gun.
I'll be acting as your personal counselor on this mission. Since the passing of the new millennium, one of the most important issues facing today's military is the mental care of its soldiers. I can also provide advice on soldier psychology from a threat assessment perspective. Contact me anytime. I'll be standing by here at home with Roy, but I'm on a different circuit. The frequency is 147.79.
Her advice will have a positive effect on your psych gauge. Survival on the battlefield depends on your psychological well-being. Lose your cool and your body stops doing what you tell it to. Even a veteran soldier like you.
I know. Mind, body, technique. Some things haven't changed with time.
When your psyche is running low, ask her for advice. It'll help keep you in peak condition and focused on the mission.
By the way, Colonel, isn't that your house?
Well, yes.
Then the woman you married, the one that Meryl was talking about.
Is Rosemary, yes. Didn't I tell you before?
News to me. What about Jack?
Jack?
Jack, from Foxhound. Codename Ryden. I seem to remember him being engaged to Rose.
Oh. We lost all trace of him.
Jack's gone. I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose?
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
Now I see why Meryl was so disgusted.
Meryl said something about me.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
I see.
Colonel, you knew she was our informant in the Middle East, didn't you? Was it you who put her up to it?
Yes. I used my connections in the army to get Meryl the job.
You wanted your daughter someplace where you could keep an eye on her.
Look, everybody involved in the incident at Shadow Moses either lost their job and status, or in the case of Meryl and Mei Ling, got brushed aside. Meryl wanted to make a comeback, a difference. We can't all be as strong as you, Snake. Some of us can't bear living like pariahs.
Since Shadow Moses, I've been branded a criminal.
I think of it as my own small way of making it up to my daughter. My own flesh and blood. In any case, call Rosemary if you ever need advice.
All right. So yeah, one thing I think, you know, if you've played the game, you know that all of that was a setup. Rose wasn't actually in a relationship with Roy Campbell. All of this was just to shield her from Patriot eyes, or however they describe it. But when you experience this on a first playthrough, obviously you're probably going to believe the Colonel here. And it just seems like they're really toying with fans, knowing that they, you know, that a lot of people really hated Rose in MGS2. So they're kind of baiting you into hating Rose even more here, which is kind of interesting. Like, oh my god, like, now Rose is in a relationship with the real Roy Campbell? After everything that happened in MGS2? Like, what a fucking wild turn of events, when you take that at face value. Rose in a relationship with Roy Campbell. You know, like, imagine if that actually was the case. Kind of interesting. And yeah, Snake seems to forget that Raiden was not in Foxhound. You know, Snake was the one in MGS2 to say when Raiden brought up that he was in Foxhound that no, Foxhound disbanded. We know that Raiden was not in contact with the real Roy Campbell at any point in MGS2. So when did he actually meet the real Roy Campbell? Maybe you could argue again that it ties into the whole fantasy versus reality thing, where all the previous games were just fantasies that don't reflect what actually happened. I don't think so. Kojima forgot? I highly doubt it. Yeah, I don't know. Again, Kojima wasn't the only writer of MGS4's story, but I would imagine all the co-writers would know as well. But yeah, it's a very odd mistake to make in the script. Maybe it was all set up for the real Metal Gear Solid Rising, and then maybe in Metal Gear Solid Rising we found out what happened. That Raiden actually did meet the real Roy Campbell, and Foxhound reformed for 2 years for one special mission. Poor Snake. If the game requires Rising, a game that never came out, it sort of shoots itself in the foot here. Yeah, I don't know. I doubt that's the case. I would imagine it is just a flaw in the script. But yeah, it's a weird error. Does he get different responses when he's just completely fucked? and he can't get the gauge up at all. Not even getting any grunting after a few pages. Let's chill in the shade. I really like how MGS4 plays around with shadows. Like if you chill in the shade, it actually makes a difference to your stress levels. How the heat of Act 2 as well, that the weather has a big impact on Snake's gauge. Alright, let's just chill. Let's just take it easy here for a second. But yeah, getting back to the whole, like, no place for Hideo thing, the cardboard box that you see at the start of the game. I'm sure DRK was talking about it earlier, the one that has the link to Kojima's blog on it, all that stuff. I used to think that was just relating to, you know, the fact that Kojima didn't want to make MGS4. You know, he originally Shuyo Murata was the director. Then there was a backlash to Shuyo Murata as director. Kojima came back. And I think that probably does relate to that, but I think it also relates to Snake as this outsider in the game, not being a part of the system. You know, like when he's talking about Meryl, it seems once you're under the system's control, you don't even need experience at all. And real experience and skills and the importance of passing on skills and everything being a big part of MGS2 and the meta of MGS2. The importance of passing on the right skills to the next generation so they could make Metal Gear. I'd imagine it's supposed to tie into that too. Where Kojima feels maybe that... part of me wonders if Kojima thought maybe he was on his way out of Konami back when MGS4 was being made. You know, that where the business side was starting to take over the creative side. That's what I think is a part of the SOP allegory, you know, where the business is overtaking everything. You know, like people don't fight for any meaning anymore. Like these wars aren't fought for anything other than just money. It's just this war economy. It's just this business completely devoid of substance.
Huh? What's wrong?
I think he was looking at the series and realizing that the series had become this big financial beast, that it, you know, there had to be an MGS4, there's going to have to be an MGS5, and I think he was looking at that with a lot of cynicism, and, you know, that this series is just going to have to become, at some point it's going to have to be devoid of substance. You know, it's just, you know, it's turned into this beast. I think with one of the very early MGS4 trailers, or is it in the Secret Theater? I think it's the Secret Theater. You know, Metal Gear Raiden Snake Eraser at the end of that, when they're scrolling through the Metal Gear games, and they literally say at the end of that, or that they show the Metal Gear Solid logo at the end, and then it goes from 4 to 5 to 6, and someone asks, I think it's Rose's voice actor. Is it Rose's voice actor or someone impersonating Rose? Like, there's going to be. But Metal Gear 4 isn't out yet. And then someone butts in and says, hey, there's going to be a 5, right? So yeah, he was obviously very concerned about the series and where it was going, and that maybe he was losing control of it in a way.
under attack. Huh?
It's the boss's VA doing Rose there. Is it Bad Humans? Yes, yes, that sounds correct. But yeah, we get a very direct parallel between the SOP system and the development of the series in the scene with Naomi later on. The one I was talking about earlier when she's describing the soldiers at the end of Act 1. Up until then, war was like a game to them. Then reality came crashing down.
What happened?
Cheers, Namulala, for the raid. I have a question for Three Dog. Why do you think this is the only game series where this kind of talk seems appropriate and go this deep with Kojima and the development of the whole series? Well, I think you can. I think there are other games that have this kind of stuff as well. But with regards to like how personal the games are, and like the meta commentary, the autobiographical stuff, I would imagine like a lot of it can be traced back to Kojima's interest in film and his worship of certain auteur filmmakers like Stanley Kubrick and David Lynch and all these people who were taught, you know, that they shouldn't try and make really personal art that they feel passionate about, that's you know, that speaks to them. Like so many auteur filmmakers make very personal movies that, you know, that reflect their creator's own worldview and whatnot. I guess it's just rare in games to have creators like that, or somewhat rare. You know, to have like a director who's really guiding the vision behind the thing. Not that it doesn't happen, but not as common as you would have in the world of film. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. If Kojima really wanted to pass the MGS series down, why did it seem like he was dismissive of portable ops? Well, MGS4 isn't dismissive of portable ops. MGS4 references portable ops several times, shows scenes from portable ops even, shots from portable ops. The whole Patriots storyline about Zero being the founder of the Patriots and the cast of MGS3 becoming the Patriots, all of that started in portable ops. And I would imagine Kojima was responsible for. I would imagine Kojima had a say in that. He didn't write the story of portable ops, but I think he was involved in the planning and how the general thing would play out. Again, I'm not exactly sure about Kojima's whole role in portable ops, but I think that only happened when Kojima himself decided that he wanted to go back to Big Boss's storyline. And then he just didn't want to have to deal with portable ops' shit, you know? He's like, you know, I didn't make portable ops. I'm just going to make my own sequel to MGS3. I think that's why. You know, he wasn't expecting to, you know, he thought MGS4 was going to be his last MGS game. He never thought he was going to go back to Big Boss's story. But when that turned out to be the case, he was like, actually, I think I'm just going to forget about portable ops. Just less sequel baggage to deal with. You know, we know that he didn't want to answer the mysteries of MGS2. MGS4 was made due to fan demand. So I would say the last thing he wanted after MGS4 was to deal with more sequel baggage from a game that he didn't direct or write. He was happy to honor the stuff that was there when making MGS4, because, you know, MGS4 was all about answering these questions anyway, answering fan questions anyway. I think it was probably a good idea, because one great thing about Peace Walker is that it really feels like a breath of fresh air after this game. It really feels like the series has room to breathe, with like lots of new characters. It isn't always, you know, it's not concerned with just answering questions. All of that stuff was wrapped up with 4. So yeah, that's what I think.
Who did this to you?
Yeah, Dim, you don't think that Kojima wrote that aspect of Portable Ops? You don't think Kojima was responsible for the Patriots? Like, surely Kojima had a fucking say in the creation of the Patriots. Like, what that answer was eventually going to be, I find it, like, surely it would be almost implausible. I mean, maybe someone else came up with the idea and Kojima was just so worn out with the story, he was just like, yeah, whatever, fuck it, do whatever you want. But I would imagine, you know, it had to go through him.
What's going on?
Yeah, surely he still okayed it, right? What is Kojima's, what is he credited for in the Portable Ops credits? With regards to story. Is he credited for anything? I know he's not credited as a writer, but is he credited for, like, original story, for planning? Is it just producer?
Who was that?
Bum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-da-lum bum bum bum. Probably not able to get ammo from this guy now that I've killed him. Let's see. The story of MGS4 couldn't move on without PO's scenario being finished. There had to be communication between the two teams. They were both being made at the same time. Yeah, Bad Humans. Yeah, I mean, I think they had to have been quite involved with all that, right?
Who is this? Snake. That voice. There's an ambush ahead. Government and PMC troops. You could be shot from anywhere. Watch your surroundings. Look to the distance.
Is this Jack?
Jack is dead. Snake. I'm at your side.
Wait.
Here we go. Notice his codec frequency there, 141.80. The Mentor codec frequency. And the frequency of someone playing a role, playing another character. Pliskin, who turns out to be Solid Snake. Master Miller, who turns out to be Liquid. I guess the boss doesn't play another role, but she does defect and betray, and she still has a mentor character. But yeah, now during Act 2, Raiden acts as the mentor to Snake. Later on, especially once we get to the Naomi sequence where he's teaching Snake how to scout and track Naomi's footprints. But I guess you could also say he's playing the role of Gray Fox, standing in for the cyborg ninja.
Careful!
So that's where you were.
Kylo Ren with the 3 months. Thank you very much.
Who?
The AJ man with the 4 years. Thank you.
What? Who was that?
Okay. Let's go!
Oh.
What happened? Who?
Hey, what's up, Robin?
Oh, you again.
Snake, I see you found yourself a uniform from the old regime's army. It's just like the ones the rebels are wearing.
Yeah, just my size, too.
The rebels are a heck of a lot less likely to shoot at you if you're wearing that uniform. Don't hesitate to put it on if you're feeling a little naked.
I'll do that.
Of course, you have to act the part, too. Don't forget to play nice.
Don't worry. I'll behave.
Hey, Internet Explorer. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the donation earlier. I'm just seeing that now. Fatepi with the 63. AJ Man again with the 48 months, the 4 years. And Kylo Ren again with the 3. Cheers, everyone.
Hello, Snake.
What do you have for me, Rose?
Good for you, Snake. You're taking great care of your psyche. No worries on my end.
Glad to hear it.
Snake, the gauge below your life gauge is your psych gauge.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Then you'll hear it again. The psych gauge affects the rate at which your life gauge recovers. In other words, how fast your wounds heal. It also greatly influences how well you perform various actions. When your psych gauge is full, your life recovers quickly and you shouldn't have any problems doing what you need to do. Remember, your body isn't the only thing driving your performance. Your mind is every bit as important.
Hey, I don't let my mental state affect my combat efficiency.
You may think that, Snake, but the truth is, you're not as young as you used to be.
Could have fooled me.
It's your psyche that's keeping you alive inside. So you better take it seriously. Keep a close eye on your psych gauge.
All right.
So yes, that is me. I am the one controlling Rose's boobs. One of the 6-axis features. You know, Kojima always trying to take advantage of the new tech. Fancy 6-axis feature. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. Yeah, Rose's outfits change depending on the day. It's tied to your system's clock. Different outfits for different days of the week. Hello there.
Something there? Huh?
Hey, you're welcome, Angel. I'm glad you like the marathons. They're pretty cool. They're okay. Where does this guy go?
What?
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Young Snow. It's a nice detail in Chapter 2. You need to be much more... The weather has a pretty significant effect on you, the heat. And yeah, I really like the shade mechanic. The first time, really, shadows have had a significant impact in the series. I always thought that was kind of a disappointing thing about MGS2. Like, they introduce shadows on the tanker, and you think shadows are going to be a big deal, but you never really need to worry about shadows. There's, at the bottom of Strut A, a guard can spot you by seeing your shadow. And then that's about it. They play around with them for the vamp fight, which is cool. But yeah, I always wondered if they were supposed to be a bigger deal in MGS2. The spotlight by the wet box. What's the... I'm not talking about just moments where you see shadows. I mean where, like, shadows impact the gameplay. You know, like enemies being able to see your shadows to find you. Or, like, shadows giving away in the enemy's position. You know, there's not really that much of that apart from, like, a couple of areas. Or maybe there's something I don't know about the spotlight by the wet box. Maybe there's something more significant about that spotlight. If we go over here, I think we can find a little FAP spot. Yeah, look at this. Isn't this a little bit suspicious? Another Playboy over here. Why here, of all places? In the corner here. You know what? This might be a good little spot for the Mark II. How far can I go with the Mark II from here? Items. There you go, Snake. You can chill in the shade there. Yeah, I can't make it. Fuck.
Send the Mark II out of range. Watch out!
Come on, come a little bit closer. Fuck.
Snake, I'll control the Mark II from
Worth a try.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, you don't get that much range, unfortunately. Try it here. It's probably going to spot me. I barely ever use the Mark II, man. I should fuck around with it more than I do. No! trying to help you, man.
Snake, you're about to send the Mark II out of range. Watch out! Fire! Help me out, Snake. We've got a hostile! Ah!
Hey, thanks for the shout out. Yeah, if you're new to what we do here in these marathons, we alternate the marathons month by month. If you want to catch the next one, give me a follow. Or if you want to watch me stream other shit too throughout the month. But our next marathon will be over on my channel.
Suppressing fire! Charge! Damn it! Go!
You can't wait, young Snow? You think I should unban you, young Snow? I don't know, man. You used to really get on my fucking nerves. But maybe I should unban you. Fuck it.
Understood. Regroup and engage.
I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here. This is not what I usually do here. I thought maybe if I went up there I could get some easy snipes.
After him! Move! Help me out here! Go! Move! Oh, fire! What's that for? After suppressing fire!
Are we cool? Alright, they're cool with me.
We've got him! We got him! Back me up! Move! After him! Charge! We got company! Move! Back me up! Back me up! Charge! Charge! Fire! Move! Back me up! Go! Fire! 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 We got him! Charge! After him! Fire! Go! Move! We've got him! Suppressing fire! Move! Charge! Back me up! Fire! Go! After him! After him! We've got him! We got him! After him! Fire! Charge! Back me up! Go! After him! Move! We've got him! Go! Move!
Hey! There he is!
You again. So that's where you...
Wow, they can actually handle a lot of this fight by themselves. I think I killed one of them, maybe?
We did it! You again.
I did absolutely nothing there. I fucked around with the Mark II, got caught a couple of times. Went up there, got caught, went down. They wouldn't even let me destroy the power in here. I went in here to destroy the power and they shot it before I could shoot it. They're actually pretty capable on this map. Ba-da-ba-bum.
Here.
Hey. What the...
on, hop in. It's getting rough out there. I don't think so. We meet again.
You've been following me.
You seem like an interesting guy, so I decided to check you out. Sit down. A lot of legends about you out there in the intel community, especially in the CIA. You know those nanomachines I injected you with back in the Middle East? They let me track your location. Figures. The B&Bs are here. Things are about to get hairy.
B&Bs.
You never heard of them? They're Beauty and the Beast. Together they're called the B&B Corps. They're a squad of enhanced female soldiers, belong to the PMCs. Anytime there's a mess that needs cleaning up, they're on the scene leading the elites.
That's a female?
Probably freelancers hired by the PMCs. They're run out of a separate parent organization. Guess it's time for good old Drebin to let you in on a few things. Ever since you showed up in the Middle East, the B&B Corps has got orders to kill. Their #1 priority is to eliminate some guy on sight. A guy named, Solid Snake. But from where I'm sitting, Old Snake seems a little more appropriate.
I don't have anything in my bar to lose.
Cheer up. That's the bad news. Word on the street says that beneath those ugly-ass suits, the B&Bs are real babes. Drop dead gorgeous. They also say each one of them's been traumatized by war. Badly. They weren't even soldiers to begin with, you know. More like victims of war. They suffered shell shock on the battlefield. Post-traumatic. It damaged their minds pretty much beyond repair. So the only way they could cope with the reality of battle was to become war machines themselves. The remnants of their human side are buried deep within. The beast, that's what you see on the outside. War transforms a snake into beasts.
War transforms us.
But deep within that shell, something human survives. A fragile, scarred heart. Without a shell to protect it, it's like the yolk of an egg. Word going round is their natural flesh and blood bodies can't survive in the open for more than a few minutes. And they've been convinced that by killing Snake, their minds will be cleansed. They think it's gonna free them from all the pain, and all the fury, and all the sorrow. Which makes these babes pretty much obsessed with killing you. 4 B&Bs have been identified so far. The one you just saw was Raging Raven. There's also Laughing Octopus, the master of mimicry, and Crying Wolf. She runs on 4 legs. And finally, the mistress of mind control, Screaming Mantis.
Mantis?
Yeah. There used to be a guy by that name in the US military. A Russian psychic. He could control people's minds. I guess she inherited the title. She keeps the other B&B's minds in check with her powers.
Octopus. Raven. Wolf. Mantis.
You got it. They're the Snake Hound unit. and they've got you in their sights. Shit. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Drebin. I thought no one was supposed to be able to hack into the system. Are you with the Patriots?
No, sir. I ain't no lale-lule. I mean, I'm no patriot.
You can say patriot. I guess that means you're clean, right?
The nanomachines I got in me are different from the military kind. No speech restrictions for me.
What the hell are these Patriots? Are they human?
Not anymore, they ain't. They're the law of this world, created over the course of history. They're what holds this world together, keeps this whole mess in check.
We are formless. We are the very discipline and law that Americans invoke so often.
The Patriots are America, the world's greatest military power. They are the war economy, which makes you and me just cogs in a much grander schematic. I mean, someone obviously had to start the whole thing at the beginning, but now their law has taken on a life of its own.
A life of its own?
Yep. The country, the war economy, it ain't run by people. It's run by the system. No need for high-level decision-making authority. It's all handled by a massive, yet simple information processing system. An AI. It works just like natural law. The world's a much simpler place than most folks realize. Every aspect of the Patriot system is closely monitored by 3 peripheral AIs and a core AI that ties them all together. The SOP system is one part of that. It's all backed up by a foolproof control system. So not even yours truly can sneak inside the Patriots' AIs.
What if, hypothetically, someone found a way?
If they could fool the IDS. I guess they could use it as a haven to lay low.
Haven?
You know, like a tax haven. In the internet society, we have net havens, data havens. A haven is someplace where social conventions and the rules of the net don't apply. Back in the 20th century, the super rich would open bank accounts in countries without income tax laws. Not a bad way to evade paying taxes. Now we've got us a society where everybody's DNA and personal info is totally controlled by the nanomachines inside their bodies. Won't be long before people start using havens to escape from ID control. I guess you could say my gun laundering kind of borrows from the haven concept, after a fashion. Even so, good luck finding a way to access the Patriots' AIs from the outside. It's absolutely impossible. No chance in hell. Like I said, there's no breaking into those AIs from the outside.
But Liquid's got something in mind. You sure there's no way?
I'm just a gun launderer. Only reason I'm interested in you is because you start a lot of fires. All right then. You need me? Just give me a ring. Go on. Get your ass back inside. Now! I have you.
All right. Hold on a second, chat. Yeah, Dim, you don't remember if that line is different in Japanese? Yeah, I thought maybe it was just a problem with the translation, where they changed it from morality to law, because the line might have been retranslated for the MGS4 script. But yeah, it's a weird change that. Hey, what's up, snipers? How's it going? Yeah, so we get some more information about this AI system and the various AIs. Which I think was an idea at the end of MGS2. They probably didn't plan on expanding it to this degree, but the final AI you speak to at the end of MGS2 is not GW. You know, there's that interesting line when Raiden says to the Colonel, you know, but the AI, we destroyed it. And the Colonel says, only GW. Implying that there could be a whole network of AIs. And then that turns out to be the case here with MGS4. Which makes sense. In MGS2, if you read the script for the game, you can actually find out what that AI is called at the end of MGS2. In the game itself, they never tell you. But in the script, the AI is JFK. You know, GW is named after George Washington. All the other AIs we see in MGS4, they're all named after presidents. Apart from JD, of course, the AI that's like the that oversees all the other AIs, the primary AI. That one is JD, which is John Doe. But yeah, they didn't give JFK. You would think if any of the AIs in MGS4 were JFK, it would probably be JD, right? But I guess they changed that. Maybe that would have been the idea if they didn't make MGS3, and MGS3 has the whole John Doe thing with Snake. Let me see here. Snake is just melting in this heat. Stop smoking the cigarettes, Snake. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Bum-ba-dum. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, like with the previous areas in Act 1, if you help them win the war, it'll shape the next couple of areas. If you don't help them win the war, you have to deal with snipers and other people coming up along the way here. If you do help them win the war, not that I really help them, but if they win the war, yeah, the next area isn't as bad. You don't have to deal with the enemies that are usually here if you just run past. Getting ready to take them down here. Thinking I was doing a big boss run or something.
The PMCs seem to have shifted all their forces to the defense outpost.
Looks that way. There's not a single PMC in sight. All I see are advancing rebels.
Good. Keep on going. We need to hurry.
It's discipline and norms, societal norms. Is it the same in both MGS2 and MGS4 for the Japanese versions? Probably is.
The PMC the regime hired is French, isn't it?
It sure is. Pieuvre Armament. Octopus Armaments. Why?
On this battlefield ad I'm looking at, it's written in French. Les tentacules de la pieuvre pour votre guerre. It means something like arms of the octopus, arms for your war.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Fluent in 6 languages. You know, I bet the octopus never saw it coming. Somebody using its limbs to design a wartime advertisement?
You use what you can. That's what we humans do.
Sounds like something a Procure on-site expert would say.
Is that so, Otacon?
I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Head for Naomi's lab. Follow the mark on your radar, Snake.
All right.
Hello, Snake.
What do you have for me, Rose?
You've lost a large amount of psych. You'd better take care of that right away.
Got it.
Snake, are you okay? Your psych's looking awfully low there.
Yeah. I can't seem to get out of this slump.
You should find a nice, safe place to rest and replenish your psych. It may help to equip some Munya, too, if you have any.
Munya?
It'll help you to relax, and should help your psych gauge recover faster.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
Okay, Dim. Yeah, I was thinking it was probably a mistranslation. It's good to know.
This is Rose. How can I help?
I need a psych check.
Your psych is getting What's up, Snake?
Got an update for me?
You've lost a large amount of psych. You'd better take care of that right away.
Got it.
Stress is an adaptive response your body takes to protect itself when confronted by a threat. It happens to everybody. There are no exceptions. Everyone gets stressed sometimes. Fear, anxiety, and worry are examples of psychological stress responses. Some people might not like to admit they have these negative feelings inside, but being aware of your own stress is essential to keeping it under control. You can't fight an enemy you know nothing about, right? The same is true of stress. To recover your psyche, you need to know where your stress is coming from. Give me a call whenever you feel it getting low.
Snake, can you hear me?
This is Jack, isn't it?
I am Raiden. Jack is no more.
Where are you now?
I'm right beside you.
Raiden, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing?
On a mission. Finding something. For someone.
Finding what?
The corpse. Of Big Boss.
What?
I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location.
Liquid?
No. The leader of a small resistance group. Her followers call her Matka Pluku.
Matka Pluku? Big Mama.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
Wait, what about Big Boss's body?
It's with her now.
Her?
What's going on, Snake?
Rose, I just got a call from Raiden. It sounds like he's close by.
Jack?
Yeah.
Did he seem okay?
Yeah, as far as I could tell from his voice.
Really? That's great. Snake, I have a favor to ask.
What?
Don't let him know I'm involved in this operation, okay? I think it would be best to just leave him alone for now.
What happened between you and Jack?
After the Big Shell incident, he became unstable. Memories began to resurface from his childhood when he fought for Solidus in the Liberian Civil War. And in the midst of all of that, the baby we had together, it hadn't even been born yet. Jack slowly stopped coming home. And when he did, he'd be dead drunk, sometimes covered in cuts and bruises. Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer.
When?
But Jack just avoided him. I was all alone. And Roy was so kind to me. He's the one who encouraged me to become a counselor. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I needed to get over it. to move on with my life. I'm worried about him, of course, but I'm also afraid of him.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thank you, Snake.
Yep, so there we go. There's our in-world explanation for why Raiden is the way he is in this game. He just couldn't get over what happened to him in his past. Memories started to resurface from his time as a child soldier in Liberia. He started coming home drunk, covered in cuts and bruises. It's maybe not what you would expect after watching MGS2's very hopeful development for Raiden as a character. The speech he gives to Snake, or the speech he gives to Rose, rather, about starting their new future with their child and, you know, finding a new purpose. I think in MGS2, Raiden's development was like pretty much everything in MGS2. It was supposed to mirror MGS1. That Raiden's development as a character kind of paralleled Snake's development. You know, where Snake just believes himself to be a weapon of war, nothing but a clone of Big Boss. At the start of MGS1, like he's just a tool to be used for killing and nothing more than that. And then by the end of the game, he feels like he has more of his own will. That he has more free will than that, and that he can live for something other than to just be a tool. I think the same went for Raiden, where Snake breaks free from his genetic fate, and Raiden breaks free from his mimetic fate, I guess you would say, in Kojima terms. Where Snake was molded by his genes, and Raiden was molded by, you know, the situations he was in, molded by people, molded by simulations, by powers controlling him. But no, memories started to resurface, and Raiden could not break free in the end. And that's our in-world explanation. That's our in-universe explanation. But there is also an out-of-universe explanation. And that is that the fans hated Raiden. The MGS2 received a massive backlash. And of course, Raiden was partially supposed to be a stand-in for the player. So I think Kojima thought that if the fans couldn't grow with Raiden or accept Raiden's development, then Raiden shouldn't develop, then Raiden shouldn't grow. I think it probably goes beyond that as well. If you watch the making of MGS2, you'll learn that Raiden was also supposed to represent Kojima's team. That, you know, Solid Snake was passing on his skills and knowledge. Raiden would, Raiden grew from what he learned from Snake. And, you know, Kojima failed to pass the series down onto his team, so really Snake should fail to pass on his message to Raiden. You know, if the story is supposed to reflect the meta and the autobiographical nature of the series, then Raiden really shouldn't grow. You know, if he's supposed to represent the team that then grows to go and make Metal Gear, you know, that's not really what happened. Kojima failed with what he set out to accomplish with MGS2, so Raiden should also fail to grow like he was supposed to. I guess Kojima probably thought it just would have been like insincere maybe for Raiden to grow if it didn't really reflect what, you know, if you know, I guess he just thought it would just go against the whole meaning of the character. Like if the character is supposed to have this symbolic purpose of representing his team and representing the fans, if Raiden goes on and grows positively as a character, it just doesn't reflect reality, right? So I think that's why Raiden doesn't grow and he reverts back into a shell of himself. Kojima got bullied out of making a real sequel to MGS2. No, Kojima just didn't want to make a sequel to MGS2. He got bullied into making a sequel to MGS2. Yeah, he never wanted to follow up MGS2. The mysteries of MGS2 were supposed to be left as mysteries. Like, who the Patriots are, all of that stuff, it was all supposed to be left open. Maybe, unless his team wanted to follow it up. Who knows? Maybe he would have been more okay with it if... Maybe it was more down to him, you know, that he really didn't want to follow it up. Maybe he would have been okay with his team following it up if he wanted to pass the series down to his team. But you would imagine that's why MGS3 went back into the past, so they could avoid having to follow up MGS2. You know, they were very clear with interviews when making MGS4 that, you know, this is being made out of fan demand more than anything. You know, they even received death threats and stuff over the game. Big fan backlash to Shuyo Murata when he was appointed as the initial director for MGS4. Yeah. Doesn't he stop representing the player when he throws away the dog tags? Yeah, like MGS4 undoes his development from the end of MGS2. That's the point. Yeah. Because Kojima failed to achieve what he wanted to achieve with Raiden. He undid what Raiden... He flushed that ending down the toilet. Because the ending was all about Kojima passing the series down onto his team and passing a message down to the player. But with MGS4, he started to feel like he failed with the previous games to pass down anything. You know, that's the whole theme of MGS4. Will and sense, and the idea that there are some things that you might not be able to pass on. So yeah, MGS4 is kind of like the anti-MGS in that way. Many of the characters revert back into shells of themselves. Even Snake, you know, Snake's speech at the end of MGS4 is like the complete opposite of his speech at the end of MGS2. Where at the end of MGS2, he's like, we all have the freedom to spread the word, even me. And then at the end of MGS4, it's like, I have nothing inside to pass on to the next generation. No genes, no memes. I'm a beast, a shadow of the old age, or whatever he says. And then there's Naomi. Naomi at the end of MGS1 believes that she can break free from her fate and everything. And then we meet her in MGS4, and her first line of dialogue is the exact opposite of what she says at the end of MGS1. We cannot break free from our fate. Yeah, like all of the core, all of like the ending messages to the previous games are contradicted. Well, mainly MGS1 and 2. Okay, now we're going to drown, Snake. Now we're going to kill ourselves after that lovely talk. Alright, time to die. That was all just too depressing. We had to put an end to it.
Rose, I know it sounds weird, but I can't shake this feeling that I've drowned before.
Like deja vu?
Well, more like I have this gut feeling, like I died underwater at some point.
Are you afraid of water?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Then I wonder what it could be.
Except now it feels like I'm more aware than ever of drowning. I'm paying more attention to my O2 gauge and coming up for air more regularly.
That's a good thing then. As long as you're aware of that danger and how to avoid it, you'll be able to respond more effectively to real-life crises.
You're right. No more risky underwater maneuvers for me.
Good to hear it, Snake. That's what we're all hoping for. That you'll finish the mission and come home safely.
That'd be nice.
Aww.
Anyway, sorry to bother you.
Not at
Aww.
all. You can call me anytime, Snake.
You're breaking my heart, Snake. That'd be nice. Aww. Okay, let's burn him to death with a petrol bomb next. Here we go.
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please! Snake? Snake!
There you could see the puppet strings more clearly that time.
Rose, I feel kind of dumb bringing this up, but
It's okay. You can tell me.
you see, I died recently.
Died?
Well, I can't shake the feeling that I've died before. I can't quite describe the sensation. It's like I died and then restarted the mission. I also get the sense that I'm watching myself from a distance, over my own shoulder.
It may be a mild case of depersonalization disorder.
Meaning?
It's nothing to be concerned about. It could be caused by some trauma you suffered in the past.
In the past? What do you think it is?
I can't say for sure, but this feeling that you've died before, Snake, maybe it's a warning about death in real life.
What do you mean by warning?
Your subconscious is constantly trying to get you to visualize death in your explicit conscious.
So I should what? Act carefully? Avoid death?
That's right. It's making sure you know that even you should fear death. After all, everybody's praying for you to come back safely. So please, Snake, be careful out there. Use your head before you act.
I'll be more careful. Thanks.
Okay, we'll try and focus more on avoiding death. Okay, now let's blow ourselves up with a grenade.
Snake, what happened? Snake? Snake! Snake, you're now moving through a marsh. The swampy ground makes for poor footing, but all those tall rushes will help keep you hidden. Looks to have lots of other places you can hide, too.
Rose, you there? There's something I wanted to ask you.
You're not hurt, are you?
Hurt? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just making sure. Forget I asked.
What's the matter?
I was catching a few minutes of shut-eye, and I had a dream. A dream where you were in an explosion. It seemed so real, I couldn't help but get a little worried.
Relax, I'm alive. Death by explosion, huh? It's true. One blast and I'm off to meet my maker.
Not all explosives are the stationary bomb type. For example, if you hear a pin being pulled out of a grenade, you know what's coming next. You need to be aware of these things.
Yeah, I'll make a point of it. Thanks for looking out for me, Rose.
Don't mention it.
Are there any other ones to do here? I'm trying to think. The drowning one, the regular death, the explosion. There isn't a one for falling from heights. I remember testing that before in the previous area. Is there any other one? I think that's it. I think that's all you get. Burning? I tried burning myself, but no, you just get the standard one for burning yourself. There's nothing unique about it. Getting shot? Yeah, I think the one that we got for burning is the same one that you get for getting shot. Actually, maybe not. Hold on, let's just let this guy kill me.
What the enemy?
Come in, Snake. What happened? Snake? Snake!
Drown while reading a Playboy. That would be amazing.
Rose, something's going on. I've been getting this weird feeling. Like I died once already. And it was from a gunshot. Just seeing an enemy carrying a gun is
there we go.
Edge.
Snake, your decades of experience might be trying to tell you something. Maybe it's a warning that the bullet that will finally kill you is coming when your back is turned. Tell me, what would you do if you saw a teammate engaging in risky behavior? Say, recklessly charging the enemy, or letting their mind wander in the middle of a firefight.
I'd tell him not to get himself, or me, killed.
Well, think of it this way. There's another you inside your subconscious that's telling you the same thing.
I see.
Is that me?
Get back to the basics. Use the right stick to look for the enemy. Move cautiously and stay out of sight. I should start listening to my other me.
Exactly. Take care of yourself out there, Snake.
All right, let's keep going.
What's up, Snake?
Got an update for me?
Good for you, Snake. You're taking great care of your psyche. No worries on my end.
Glad to hear it.
Snake, your psych gauge is affected by the conditions you're in. Staying in a place that's too hot or too cold, or being exposed to combat conditions for extended periods causes stress to build up in your body and mind. The more tension you've accumulated, the more your psych gauge decreases. As the gauge decreases, it starts to negatively affect your performance. Your hands start to shake, and your life gauge recovers more slowly. Vision gets blurry, and you can't make out your targets. All of these things impair your ability to complete the mission. So be sure and keep an eye on your psych gauge at all times. Hi, this is Rose.
I need an update on my psych.
Your psych is looking good right now. Nothing to worry about so far as I can see.
Good.
If you're that full of energy, there's nothing for me to worry about. You're doing fine, Snake.
Okay. There's one call I'm looking for here in particular. We're just gonna have to go through a couple of them.
This is Rose. How can I help?
I need a psych check.
Good for you, Snake. You're taking great care of your psych. No worries on my end.
Glad to hear it.
Here's a good way to think about your psych gauge. Low psych equals high stress. So the best way to replenish your psych gauge is to relieve your stress. Being pursued by the enemy can be a tremendous source of stress. By the same token, staying out of sight and giving your body a rest relieves stress and allows the psych gauge to recover. Find a safe place where you can crouch or lie down and just lay low for a while. Also, just getting out of extreme heat or cold can have a positive effect on the gauge. Pay attention to how the psych gauge moves and find a stress relief technique that works for you.
Shaking her boobs does not relieve stress. As far as I understand. I don't think so anyway. Reading Playboy will help with your stress, though.
What's on your mind?
Just checking in.
Your psych is in excellent condition. Everything looks good to go.
Great. Thanks.
Eating replenishes more than just your stamina. It also helps your psych gauge recover. Since ancient times, military commanders have struggled with the problem of how to secure food for their men. How much soldiers get fed, not to mention how well, has a direct effect on morale. Back when wars were fought between absolute monarchies, the maximum distance an army could travel in a day was limited to the distance from one supply point to the next. The quality of the food is a major factor, too. During World War II, American battleships housed vending machines that were stocked with cigarettes, soft drinks, and ice cream. They called them Gedunk bars. The phrase is still used by sailors and Marines today.
Ice cream. Tasty.
Apparently, they even built special floating ice cream factories capable of producing 5,000 gallons of ice cream an hour to feed soldiers on ships too small to have their own Gedunk bars. They even had their choice, soft or hard. Napoleon once said, "An army moves on its belly." He knew what he was talking about. Hello, Snake.
What do you have for me, Rose?
Your psych is in excellent condition. Everything looks good to go.
Great. Thanks.
Speaking of food, Snake.
Colonel, we're in the middle of something here.
Have you ever eaten rations from a country other than the U.S.?
Of course I have.
The UN recently held a ration swap meet between military attachés from each member state. It was a momentous development in the cultivation of mutual understanding of other countries' cuisine.
Roy, this isn't really the time.
On the contrary. I want you to hear this too, Rose.
I've already heard it 100...
You'll survive. Anyway, Snake, I did a taste test and found that French rations were generally the best. The Italians weren't bad either. And the Japanese stuff was much better than I expected.
Really? That's wonderful.
But everyone seemed to agree that the worst rations of all were ours. America for the win.
All right. So what's your point?
Yep, it must be nice to live in a country that knows how to cook. Those French rations, délicieux. I wish you could have been there to try some, Snake. And, you too, Rose.
Colonel, what exactly are you...
Some of the best food I'd ever tasted, Rose.
I'm sorry, Snake. Ever since he went to that swap meet, it's all he can talk about. You'd think he'd never had a decent meal in his life.
No kidding. Wait a minute. Rose, who does the cooking at your house?
Me. Roy doesn't... What are you getting at?
Nothing. Never mind. Colonel? My sympathies.
It's appreciated, Snake.
I actually like those American rations.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Another Playboy in the bushes over here. America for the win. Is Colonel playing Modern Warfare back at the shack? Language like that?
Huh? Hey. Guess it was just my imagination.
Sunlight!
Thank you. Our stats are going to be horrendous for this playthrough. I'm not giving any fucks. Yeah, the solar gun is a reference to Boktai. I'm not sure if DRK was talking about it before. Another Kojima Productions game. Very strange little game. Game Boy Advance game. The game that had a solar chip that encouraged you to go outside in real life so you could power up your in-game gun by using the solar chip on your game cartridge. You actually had to use the real-life sun to charge up your weapon in the game. You can emulate the game, though, and you can trick the game into thinking you're using the real-life sun when you're not. You're just pressing a button on your emulator. That's how I did it. I never played the real GBA version. But yeah, it's a cool game. Gooden with the Prime sub. Thank you.
Acknowledge. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution. Go, go, go!
Yeah, you could get items in the game that would also charge the sensor as well, right? But I don't think it was so easy to stay stocked up on those items. Or at least I remember when I played it, there were many times where I went and cheated the system by opening up the menu on the Game Boy Advance, on the emulator. Bum ba lam bum bum ba lam.
So that's where you are.
Okay, we're just gonna creep past here.
Let's go.
Snake, it's just a little farther to the lab. Don't get sloppy now and get yourself caught. Snake, it's...
I got sloppy a long time ago, Otacon. That reminds me, let me look at my dashboard.
Over there!
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably gonna use it to bust their way into the mansion. Give it some cover and it might get you inside the compound.
Back me up! We have company! Charge!
Naomi's lab is somewhere inside those mansion grounds. Proceed immediately.
I'll take your weapon. Thank you.
Find out where she is.
Back me up!
Jesus Christ.
We have company! Suppressing fire! Charge!
Some trivia about these paintings here for any Silent Hill fans. Once again, more Silent Hill painting trivia like MGS3. All these paintings here were done by Masahiro Ito, the legendary Silent Hill art director, Pyramid Head creator. He did the in-game paintings for this game.
It's Akina.
Cover!
It's Akina. It's Akina.
Fire!
And of course, if your stress is high, Akina will help you relieve that stress.
Then we'll have to make a lot of changes. Yes, that's right. We'll need another go at it. That won't be a problem. Uh-huh. Yes. I've taken care of it. Yes, the next test.
Naomi.
And things on your end? I see. We're on schedule here as well. I know. Me too. Until then.
Naomi.
Snake. I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate. I haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years?
9.
And Dr. Emmerich, is he with you?
Why?
I thought he'd be the only one able to open the mail I sent. Not many people could recognize 4D sound data in a Soliton radar file. How is the good doctor?
Otacon's fine. He's the same as ever.
Otacon? I see.
Who were you just talking to?
Liquid. Although I suppose he's really Ocelot, from a medical standpoint.
I thought he was here.
He's not, at the moment.
Where are all the guards?
They know I won't escape. I'm powerless to resist. I have no choice but to cooperate.
Naomi, what happened in the Middle East?
What you saw was the soldiers' emotions run amok.
Another product of the system.
You don't trust me?
I'm not sure yet.
And if I answer your question?
Let's hear it first.
Liquid. We thought the SOP was an ID control system designed primarily to maintain order and control in battle. And we were right. But only partially. SOP had another function. To control people's senses. The nanomachines inside soldiers' bodies adapt to different conditions, promoting the release of neurotransmitters, hormones, and stimulants, giving them an edge in battle. They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres. It's all controlled by the system's core AI. It artificially controls the soldier's pain, emotion, senses, in other words, the essence of his being. The skyrocketing demands of the war economy have fueled the demand for more soldiers and more fighting. This in turn led to the development of technologies to rapidly improve their combat abilities and control their actions. The system ensures a steady supply of battle-optimized soldiers at a minimum of cost. But you, of all people, must understand, Snake, that unlike combat technique, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They must be earned through experience.
Does this have something to do with that test of yours?
The goal was to release the soldiers' nanomachines from the system, but we didn't know about the mental control.
And the nanomachines went berserk?
No. Our test was a success. At least it confirmed our hypothesis at the time. Just as we predicted, the nanomachines stopped functioning, and the PMC soldiers were freed from the grips of the system. But the moment the system stopped, all the pain and fury and sorrow, all the trauma and stress, all the hatred, regret, guilt, all the sensations that had been suppressed were unleashed within their hearts. Their memories, unlike their senses, weren't erased. Each enemy soldier they'd killed, each lost comrade, each threat of violence against the innocent, every act of war they'd committed was etched firmly in their hearts. In suppressing the user's mind, the nanomachines exact a heavy burden on his heart. The user's body rejects the nanomachines. This reaction must then be suppressed with drugs. Before the user knows it, his mind is in complete shambles. Snake. Remember Frank?
Frank Yeager. Gray Fox.
They twisted his body for their experiments and nullified his broken heart with nanomachines. SOP has taken it even further and applied it to living human beings. The sins of war these soldiers carried inside them returned to assault them in the form of unimaginable shell shock. The meaning in the system may have changed, but the battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down. Ordinarily, our hearts are hardened through experience. Even the most grizzled veterans live with an inescapable guilt they've had to overcome bit by bit through the years. And even then, it never truly goes away. For a mind lacking that essential experience, it was simply too much to bear.
But what about me? I've never been under the system's control.
That's why I want to examine your body. You need to know too. All right, Snake. Undress. Snake, what's gotten into you? Hurry up. Oh my God. Snake.
All right, let's just get this over with.
Yes. Of course. I'm sorry. Snake, do you remember what I told you in my video mail about the first generation of nanomachines?
The ones you stuck me with at Moses.
Yes. The nanomachines are recharged by your body heat. They won't stop functioning until they're all extracted. Or until you do. Most of them were lost through bleeding and excretion, but around 30% still remain inside your body, attached to your cells. Not finished yet. The first generation were never ID registered, so they don't react in the same way as the SOP nanomachines. Ready? But they may be interfering with your body, and with your heart.
So, does the aging have something to do with Fox diet too?
No. Your telomeres were intentionally set up to be short, regardless of the age of the original. One of the genes that inhibit reproduction and aging, the Clotho gene, was intentionally mutated as well. But more importantly, your chromosomes, like liquids, were provided with Terminator genes to prevent them from making copies.
Why?
Your clones created for one purpose: war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease, faulty research, or Fox die. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
The truth, Naomi. How long is my body gonna hold out?
Your cells, blood, organs, nerves, skeletal system, muscle tissue. Every part of your body is aging rapidly. An ordinary man wouldn't even be standing by now. Snake, the only thing keeping you together is the strength of your will.
How long do I have?
Half a year. Don't. Snake. There's something I have to tell you.
Now what?
You and I both know your body is approaching its limit. But when I said half a year, I wasn't talking about your lifespan.
What do you mean?
We can't get rid of the fox dye in your body completely. At this point, it's circulating within you like a normal virus.
Yeah, so?
Listen to me. Fox dye only kills its victims when the infected person's genetic code fully matches the genetic sequence programmed into the virus's receptors. In other words, it only attacks targets with specific genes.
I know. That's what killed the AT president. And Liquid.
Yes. And at the same time, it's set up to protect those not designated as targets from the virus's harmful effects. Here. I'll show you. The receptors on the fox dye inside your body are breaking down. The rapid aging process is changing the environment within your body. As a result, the virus is starting to mutate. The viruses on the left are fox dye in its original form. The ones on the right I took from your body. They're already mutated. The receptors, they're wearing down.
Meaning?
This mutated version of fox dye could activate even if the infected person's genetic pattern doesn't perfectly match the receptors. Which means the virus is becoming indiscriminate about what type of target it kills. Ever since Shadow Moses, fox dye has been breeding continuously in the nanomachine colony inside your body and dispersing into the air. But there are no more targets to attack, so there haven't been any more outbreaks. However, if the receptors continue to wear down, it'll become a killer virus that attacks untold numbers of victims.
What if we kill them all? Remove them from the body?
There are no antibodies either. I don't know what percentage of the receptors have to break down, or how many people will be targeted when that happens. But what is certain is that people will begin to catch fox dye through airborne transmission. It'll start with those closest to you. Then, one by one, they'll lose their lives. The part of the virus that distinguishes between individuals will start to break down in about...
half a year.
No. 3 months at the most.
3 months?
Ironic, isn't it? You've spent your entire life saving the world from Metal Gear, from nuclear annihilation. And now, you're becoming a doomsday device yourself. I can't predict exactly how devastating the epidemic will be. Whether just 1% of the human race could unlock the broken receptors, or whether we all can. In either case, 3 months from now, you'll be a walking biological weapon. If it were up to me, you'd be quarantined already.
It's not over yet.
I know. You still have a job to do. You have 3 months. Still enough time to think once all of this is done with.
And if I choose death first? Well, that stop Foxdie from spreading?
When the host dies, the virus dies with it. Snake, tell me one more thing. Have you been to a hospital lately?
Yeah,
While you were there, did they give you an injection?
don't they always?
Take a look at this. These came out of your body as well. It's a new strain of Foxdie, one I've never seen. Someone must have put them in you recently. Do you have any idea who?
Him.
The new Foxdie strain is starting to multiply rapidly.
What's in it?
I can't say for sure. I'll need to do some more tests. Here, take this. It contains the same substance the soldiers' nanomachines secrete inside their bodies. It's a drug that inhibits the nanomachine's ability to regulate the senses. The nanomachines inside the body malfunction when the system interferes with them. It triggers a reaction in the body, which is why you're having the seizures. Give yourself a shot whenever they get bad. It's potent, so use it sparingly, unless you want to end up an invalid. It may restore your psyche for a short while, but use it too often and the amount restored will start to decrease. I've been a fool. I let myself drown in my nanomachines, and now I'm trapped by them.
You said yourself we mustn't allow ourselves to be chained to fate.
I can't slip free.
Then I'll free us both. Where's Liquid?
I can't tell you yet. Not until you free me.
Do you even know?
Liquid left here last night.
Where was he headed?
Those are my terms. I can't leave this place of my own will.
What are you talking about?
I'm being watched. Liquid has altered his plan. Removing the system will only cause his army to collapse from within. So he's chosen to seize control instead. Liquid's objective is to hijack the SOP system. He'll use it to create the ultimate army of perfect soldiers and launch his insurrection against the Patriots. There's a name for his new plan. He calls it Guns of the Patriots.
Guns of the Patriots.
This place isn't safe. Come with us. This way.
Octo camo.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, chat. Hold up. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm almost ready. Let me equip my stun grenades first. Just spam them over there. That should do the trick. Now, barrel time. Nice. Language.
Laugh with me!
Okay, what am I going to use here? Rose, give me your expert psychological analysis, please.
That beast seems to laugh at everything.
At this point, no matter what you say to her, she'll only respond one way.
The symptoms resemble those seen in Ganser syndrome. It's a type of dissociative disorder characterized by irrelevant responses to the situation at hand. It often manifests itself in soldiers under extreme battlefield stress.
You mean she's not having a good time out here?
I doubt it. I'm starting to wonder if she might not have some kind of deep-seated psychological trauma.
Ah, okay. Interesting. So she might not be having a good time out here. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. I love that sound that she makes. It's like a boo sound. Boo! Nice, I caught her with it. Hey, what's up, Cynic?
Snake, come here.
Oh, look who it is. What was that sound, though?
This way, Snake.
This doesn't seem to be quite right. Let's call Otacon. Make sure everything's okay here.
Otacon, what's wrong? Why are you calling me over there?
Huh? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything.
It was you.
I'm telling you, I didn't call you. This is no time for jokes. You're supposed to be fighting Octopus. Come on.
Hey, Otacon.
I love that last line.
Hey, over
Like he
here.
doesn't know what's going on. I don't know, man. Like, what other explanation could there be?
Here, this way.
This couldn't be Octopus, right? Octopus wouldn't be able to transform into a Mark II.
Hey, over here. Not very smart, are we?
Otacon, what the hell were you thinking sending me over there?
Hold on a minute. I didn't tell you to go anywhere.
Thanks a lot. I just got nailed by a trap. Are you trying to get me killed?
Now, wait a second, Snake.
Maybe Otacon is trying to...
Hey, over here.
Maybe this is all a test. He's trying to help me, but in order to help me, I need to pass his test. So maybe he's lying to me on the codec.
Here, this way.
Maybe if I pass his test.
This way, Snake.
Maybe these things are like claymores and we need to crawl over them to pick them up.
Oh, you should have been more careful.
Something's fishy here. Someone keeps calling you, but it's not me.
Octopus.
Think about what she can do.
It's a fake.
It sure is possible. Watch out, Snake.
It sure is possible. But even Otacon doesn't seem to be entirely sure.
This way, Snake.
Okay, let's try and roll over it this time.
Hey, over here. Oh, you should have been more careful.
Snake, you've got to be more careful. Those are traps laid by octopus. Use your head, man.
Imagine triggering all these calls, like, legitimately.
Here, this way.
With genuine confusion each time. Alright, well, wait a second. My Mark II is right here. That can't be my Mark II, because I have my Mark II right here. Oh yeah, mine is much smaller too. Right. Now she blends in as one of the frogs. Ba 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 da 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 da.
Naomi? But why?
Help me. It hurts.
It's another mimic. Watch out, Snake.
Ah, fuck.
I am an octopus. An 8-legged beast. These tentacles are beyond my control. Their will is the will of the battlefield. Funny. So funny. It's all so funny. No. It's not funny. Nothing is funny.
I shouldn't be laughing. I can't. The truth is, I'm not laughing. Not laughing at all. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry I laughed. I'm sorry. I won't laugh anymore. I can't. I don't want to.
I can fix her.
She shed her suit. Who knows what she'll throw at you next? Watch out!
Sunlight! Sunlight!
You weren't supposed to do that.
Laugh.
Yo, Snake, looking good today.
Drebin, what do you want?
That's cold, man. And here I was about to tell my very best customer about face camo.
Face camo?
That camo skull cap you just picked up from Tentacle's shell. It utilizes the same kind of technology as your octo camo suit. Using the two together can get you even better results. I'd hang on to it if I was you.
Doesn't fit. It's not my size or shape.
Yeah, looks like it could use a bit of tailoring before you can sport it. Not my line of work, but... Ain't you got a buddy who specializes in that kind of thing?
Somebody's done their homework.
Hey, it's my job.
Is that the real reason you injected me with those nanomachines? To spy on me?
I prefer the term customer data management myself.
Drebin.
It's strictly confidential. I ain't gonna share it with anybody.
Then what did you mix a virus in with the nanomachines for?
Virus?
A certain virus was detected in my body. Are you saying it wasn't in the nanomachines you injected?
Look, you do know there are other folks who could have done this to you. And besides, what would I gain from infecting you? Better for me that you're out there kicking ass on the battlefield. I was watching you, Snake. You're a real piece of work. Never thought I'd meet the man who could take down Laughing Octopus single-handedly. She just kept on laughing. Now why do you suppose that is?
Something in her past.
You got it. She's from a village in Scandinavia. Little seaside hamlet known to all the locals as the Devil's Village. Place wasn't known for devils, though. It was known for octopus. See, this was one of the few places in Europe where they ate octopus customarily. Anyway, there's this cult of crazies who for some reason hate the village with a passion. Then, when she was just a teenager, things get bad. These nutcases get their hands on some weapons and attack the village. Overnight, her sleepy little fishing town becomes a war zone. They round up all the villagers and execute them one by one. Except for that girl. They had something else planned for her. Something a whole lot worse than dying. Calling her the devil's child, they forced her to do the kind of thing you'd expect from one of Lucifer's own. After they made her torture her family and friends, they made her kill them. The whole time they were forcing her to laugh, howl like some sort of demon, like she was enjoying it. What was she gonna do? Say no? They'd kill her too. So she let fear take control and did exactly as they told her. She butchered the bodies of the ones she loved and laughed while she did it. And as she bathed in their blood, it gradually turned from deep red to jet black. To her, it looked like the ink of an octopus. The experience scarred her deep. Ever since then, she hasn't stopped laughing. Only, that ain't really laughter.
Why are you telling me this? You expect me to feel sorry for her?
No. I know you got no room for that stuff in your world. And besides, this is war. Right? In a way, though, I guess it was the right thing to do.
What was?
Fighting you cleansed her mind. All right, enough chit-chat. There's other beasts out there in them woods. Watch your back.
Snake, have you lost sight of the target? Whenever something moves, it leaves a trail behind. Track and find Naomi's trail.
I'm not like Big Boss. Tracking isn't my strongest suit. When did you get so good at it?
After saving Sonny, I drifted around the globe. In Alaska, a tribal elder taught me some scouting techniques.
Drifted? You never went back to see Rose?
Rose? She doesn't exist. No. Rose and I live in different worlds, different times. Her world has no place for someone like me. My place is here on the battlefield.
Huh.
Listen, Snake. Scouting is based on the principles of hunting. There are two fundamentals: awareness and tracking.
Awareness?
Awareness refers to locating a trail by paying careful attention to your surroundings. Tracking means to follow that trail. Your target's trail could be footprints, a branch they broke along the way, bent grass trampled underfoot. You need to feel for clues using all your senses: sound, smell, touch, the direction of the wind. Watch how the animals move. Listen for unusual bird calls. These are signs that someone may be disrupting the environment nearby.
You sound like a ninja.
Exactly. Ninja are the ultimate scouts. If your enemy is a skilled scout, they'll be doing the same thing. You may be the hunter, but you are also the hunted. To avoid enemy detection, move slowly, little by little. Don't disturb the air around you. Try to make as little noise as possible. Your pursuers will be doing the same, trying to sneak up on you without a sound. If you can't pick up the trail with your naked eye, switch the solid eye to infrared mode. That will enable you to see Naomi's footprints and any enemies lying in ambush.
Switch the solid eye to infrared. Got it.
But the sound it makes while engaged could end up giving your position away. So don't leave it on for too long.
All right.
Listen to your heart. Trust your senses as much as you can. And you will find Naomi's trail.
I'll give it a shot.
Snake, follow Naomi's trail and find out where they took her. Watch out, though. You might run into a few holdups along the way.
All right. We're back. How's it going, everyone? Hey, thank you for the shout out again. Yeah, feel free to follow me over there on my own channel if you like. That's where our next marathon will be. Next month, if you're new here, we always alternate back and forth between the two channels here. Blad, thank you for gifting a sub to Mr. Black Lab. And Bari, thank you for the 27 months. Ginken, thank you for the Prime sub. And yeah, sorry if I've missed any bits. I think DRK must have changed the settings where I'm not seeing bit notifications. Maybe because I don't get the bits, or like people think they're donating bits to me when all the bits are going to DRK. I don't know. But yeah, sorry if I've missed any of the bits. I'll try and catch them in the chat if I see them. At least I'm assuming it's something that he changed, because I'm not seeing them anymore where I was before. Am I following the channel points? Fuck no. No, I've never been following the channel points. No, I've like I see them every now and then, and like I've been answering questions. If I see them highlighted, I mean, I haven't been giving them the utmost attention, but yeah, I've been giving them a little bit of attention. Why don't I set up the sound donations? You mean bit donations for my own channel? Donations should be working properly. You should be hearing the sounds for donations and subs. Take my points. I don't give a shit about your points. I don't give a fuck about your points. Fuck you. Fuck your points. Right, okay. Fuck it. Let's call Otacon here.
Naomi's left a clear trail for you to follow. Use Raiden's advice to help figure out where she was taken. The enemy's probably setting up ambushes ahead. Keep an eye on your radar for signs of enemy presence.
Oh my god, look at all these points.
The enemy's probably setting up ambushes.
Cowards spending this low quantity of points. 5,000 every time. It's probably the lowest, is it? Can you spend any less than 5,000? Is it possible to spend like 50,000 points just on a message?
Snake, the trail splits up into multiple directions. Look closely at the footprints.
Oh, they're set. Okay, so like 50,000 is always to get an alert. Okay, okay. So this guy here, he will piss forever. As long as you don't get too close to him. Look at how thick that piss is. Doesn't look nearly as good as the piss in MGS2.
Oh, oh yeah.
Damn, what a way to go. Wow. Foregrip B. I'll take it. Actually, maybe not the worst way to go. Well, I don't know. I don't know how painful those puppet strings are. It looks kind of painful. Getting your limbs all bent around like that. I don't know. It doesn't look too comfy. So here we are, tracking Naomi. I really enjoyed this sequence on my first playthrough. On repeat playthroughs, not so interesting when you know exactly where to go. But when you have no idea where to go,
Looks like they split up here.
it's kind of fun, I think. When you actually need to track the footprints. Let me equip my Mark II. Over here we have a vision test, I think. An old man vision test. Make sure Snake's eyesight is okay. Can I get camo from this as well? Yeah. Ooh, a trap. PS5. I think I'm just going to leave you there. Was this the only place you can get the hand camo? Yes. Yes, I'm well aware that it's not actually a PS5. Yeah. Otacon, anything of significance to tell me here?
The enemy's probably setting up ambushes ahead. Keep an eye on your radar for signs of enemy presence. The enemy's probably setting up ambushes.
Okay, nothing. Rose, how are you doing?
Need something?
What's up, Doc?
It looks like your psych has dropped. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Snake, you're a smoker, aren't you?
Not this again.
Just hear me out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want someone smoking in front of my kids, of course. But from a stress management perspective, smoking is obviously an effective relaxation measure for people like you. It actually raised your psych, didn't it?
Yeah.
But even so, I'm not going to downplay its effects on your health. Your life gauge actually went down, didn't it? And the smell of tobacco can attract the enemy.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Think carefully before lighting up, Snake. I'll leave it at that.
Alright, I'll keep it in mind. Damn, the heat is still crazy here. Now that we're in the shade, stress is going down.
You think that could be Naomi's?
He's here. I can smell him. He's about 50 meters dead ahead.
Listen to this badass. Does this guy ever hear you? Yeah, you can sprint here right beside this guy and he won't alert. It's kind of unusual.
Where is he? I'm ready to party.
Oh. Does he think that belongs to me or something? That's where he's looking.
Well, what's this doing here? Naomi.
Oh. Naomi. But yeah, fucking Naomi definitely wasn't wearing a bra. That was extremely clear. So it must be just bait, a trap laid out for us. Or maybe this is where she left her bra.
Something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me. And when I came to, I was home.
I always look out for a UFO, even when I know it's not there. Hoping that maybe one day there'll be a crack in the simulation. But no, I don't think you can see one. Don't think it's possible.
Huh? That's weird. Naomi's shoe prints just vanish. But just hers.
What's this dialogue about? It's a flashback to the codec call in MGS2. When you get to Arsenal Gear. And the Colonel tells you about his experience of getting abducted by a UFO. And it's nothing more than that, I don't think. Just a little Easter egg. Frogs.
Get up. Get up. Breathe.
So what happens if we try and shake down a frog?
You'll get nothing from me.
And we go for the groin grab.
You'll get nothing from me.
That's what happens.
What's the enemy?
Going for the President Johnson classic there. All right, we heard a voice coming from this direction.
Come quickly, Snake. Save me.
Oh my god.
Here. I'm over here. Please, hurry. Ah!
Naomi!
This is Naomi. Here. I'm over here. Save me. Save me. Save me. Save me. This is Naomi. Here.
Yeah, just give me the operator.
I'm over here. Save me.
X minus with the 75 months. Thank you. Save me. Cheers, X minus. Thank you.
Snake, you remember what Raiden was saying about scouting? Well, I did a little research of my own. The scouting he was talking about has a slightly different nuance than the reconnaissance scouting commonly referred to in the military.
Makes sense. I kinda got that feeling from the way he was talking.
The word scout, as he used it, originally referred to Native American warriors. I, on the other hand, prefer to see the concept as being rooted in their attitudes towards nature. To know nature, study it, fear it, love it, to be one with it. As I understand it, the true essence of scouting lies in that way of life. The basis of scouting is awareness. Take, for example, a hunter tracking an animal. The hunter is surrounded by clues that tell him about his prey. Footprints, bent grass, broken branches, shifts in the air, things that are out of place.
UFOs.
But they only speak to the tracker if he notices them. Some Native American tribes have long been able to detect even the most minute details because they develop those senses from early childhood by living in nature. They use all 5 of their senses, placing great importance on sensing through the skin, and sometimes go shirtless even in winter. It's said there are many different ways to feel the same wind. These things may seem foreign to you and I, but for them it's a way of life.
Little too abstract for me.
Yeah, me too. Maybe Raiden's reached a level of enlightenment we haven't.
Yeah.
Maybe. Something to ask him next time our paths cross.
You won't get a chance to ask him anything. He's gonna be fucking dead on a bed for 2 chapters. Coughing up blood. And then the next time you see him after that, he's gonna be on the ground holding onto your leg. Wishing the pain would go away. That's all the enlightenment you're gonna be seeing, Snake. As someone asked there, should that not have been an ambush? Like you get baited by this false Naomi on the radio? Like, yeah, there is someone up here, but they're kind of incompetent. Are they even up there right now? Maybe they moved. There can be a frog up here. No frog there right now. I mean, he still has his heroic moments, Raiden. He just pays the price for them. Every time he has a heroic badass moment, he has to have a coma right afterwards. Has to go for a 3-day coma to repair. Oh yeah, man, right? I feel bad for Raiden in this game. He goes through some serious amount of... He goes through fucking torture in this game. I guess Snake does as well. This fucking guy, man. You have to be so careful.
They must have gone separate ways.
Down!
Who goes there?
Fuck off. Go back. Go back to her. Hold on, let me put on my face camo. Probably would have been okay if I put on the face camo.
No one here.
This guy has some unique dialogue if you can get close to him. Okay, he's back in position. Now is not the time, right?
Look at more than just the shape of the footprints. Don't assume you're on the right track just because the print matches the target's shoes.
I don't give a shit about shoes right now.
Imagine the target actually on top of the print. Think. Is the depth of the print consistent with Naomi's weight? Does the stride, straddle, and pitch match her walk? Pay attention. Don't let the hunted fool the hunter.
I can just see the look on his face. Probably piss his pants.
Oh yeah? Yeah, I'm pissing my pants, alright. And here we get the handprints, developer handprints. And we can even get handprint camo if we like. Of course, Kojima gets the biggest slot. And Yoji Shinkawa gets the second biggest slot. And then everyone else gets small slots. The mercenaries. The commander, the second in command. It's kind of hard to make them out. Murata. Sasaki. Where's that Sasaki? That looks more like Sasaki.
Snake, you'll want to pay attention to birds and animals too. If you see a bird suddenly take off, or an animal scurrying away, it's a sign that something's amiss. The enemy's probably setting up ambushes ahead. Keep an eye on your radar for signs of enemy presence.
Hold on 1 second. And for some reason, this place is just full of these guinea pigs. Right next to the team. Right next to the developers. I don't think I can slash them like that. That shut them up. Jesus. I feel bad. All right, let's keep moving ahead.
Yes, Snake?
Just here for my checkup.
Your psyche is at an extremely dangerous level. You need to take immediate action to recover it.
Got it.
In order to effectively manage your stress, you first need to assess it. Think about what happens to people when they get tense. Some people feel more tired than usual. Others experience stronger emotions or exhibit incoherent behavior or become dependent on things like alcohol or tobacco.
Tobacco, huh?
Some experience insomnia, depression, or have trouble concentrating. Others find themselves feeling apathetic, mentally drained. Everyone has their own way of reacting to stress. The important thing is to get a feel for what effect stress has on you. Pay attention to your psych gauge to learn what sort of situation causes it to go down.
Oops.
We're under attack! The footprints go in different directions. I'm noticing more footprints now. Security's getting tighter. We could be getting close to Naomi.
I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and they're taking Naomi away.
shortly. We've got the go-ahead. Begin. We'll use his blood. It could get intense. Brace yourselves. Shots, all of you.
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking in half.
It's not working. The emotional controls aren't stable enough yet.
Need a lift?
Grabbing.
Get in already!
Naomi! Jump! Walk.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride!
Okay. Thanks.
I'm bringing the chopper to the other side of the market up ahead. That's as close as I can get. You've got to make it to the market somehow. Snake, to fire the machine gun, stand next to it and press the action button. Then use the right stick to aim and press the attack button to fire. Watch your aim, Snake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do any of that shit, Otacon.
Destroy those powered suits! They're blocking the way!
Let me just equip the M4 here. Oh my god, man! I'm getting really bad luck. They're not usually this bad here. Jesus.
Don't bother using normal guns. You'll have to get up close and personal to deal with them.
Look at this guy. Get out of here. Fuck off!
Echo will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
No! Jesus Christ. Can't remember the last time that that sequence was that messy. Jesus.
Oh, shit! Got an MCS on our ass.
Don't you dare touch me.
Snake, shoot the gate!
Get ready for some speed!
Those Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Out of my way! I said moving! Hang on! It's gonna get bumpy! Up front! Here they come! Hold on tight!
Almost there. You can do it.
Don't fall off!
Come on, Naomi. Stay with me. Up you go. You okay? Oh, shit. We're hiding.
Go on, get out of here.
Can you move?
Yes. Let's go.
Here they come!
Snake. It's my turn to protect you.
Snake, I'm setting the chopper down at the market square. Hurry!
Naomi, go on ahead.
All right, we're back. What's up, fools? I want to use the drum can in this next section. I can't remember if I've ever played around with it with the gecko here. The drum can is usually pretty good at dealing with these gecko, but I can't remember if I ever tried it. Oh, yes!
Keeping them busy. Now's your chance to make an escape.
We can also murder civilians here.
Get out of there, quick!
Otacon doesn't give a shit.
I can see you!
Snake, what happened? Snake? Snake!
I didn't stop rolling there. I don't know what happened.
Raiden's keeping them busy. Now's your chance to make an escape. Snake, there's no time to take on the gecko. Just ignore them and get out of there quick. I can see you. Just a little farther. Run, Snake, run! Snake, cut that out and get going.
Come in, Snake. What happened? Snake? Snake!
Damn, I had to test it.
Raiden's keeping them busy. Now's your chance to make an escape. Snake, there's no time to take on the gecko. Just ignore them and get out of there quick. I can see you. Just a little farther. Run, Snake, run!
I'm sorry. I'm a little busy right now.
Thank you. Ah!
Don't forget the Mark II.
Naomi, take care of this. Otacon, get us out of here. still fighting.
Yet again our paths cross. You too, immortal.
No. I just don't fear death.
Could you be the one to finally finish me? Boss, she got away. Are you sure about this?
It's all part of the plan.
The test was a failure, even with his code.
As I feared, it's not pure enough. We need all of him.
The PMCs we deployed have suffered brain damage. Nothing salvageable remains. Our only remaining option is to secure the original.
I know that. It's only a matter of time. We're working as fast as we can to find their hiding place. I need you here too, Vamp.
Hang in there.
Vamp. He's got to be immortal.
No, he's not immortal at all. It was my design that caused his body to be like that.
Huh?
What do you mean?
The nanomachines in his body cause his wounds to close and heal at an accelerated rate. Someone took the basic nanomachine technology I once researched and perfected it. In a sense, I'm responsible for Vamp. It's one of my sins.
Does your body have the same nanomachines?
I brought a monster into this world. And I too am... Hold him down! He's losing too much blood.
Can you save him?
I don't know. He needs a blood transfusion. No, an infusion of artificial blood.
Snake, Raiden. You're up.
Go meet Big Mama.
Go meet Big Smoke.
I have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, 2 number 7s, a number 45, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. I gave birth for the Patriots, Snake. It was me, Big Smoke. I am your mother, Snake.
Okay, right, let me save and let's move on.
It was back during the Cold War, Snake. Me and Sweet and Ryder, we gave birth for the Patriots.
Argon, boron, silicon, and neon, yttrium, fermium, plutonium, chlorine, fluorine, gallium, and xenon, thallium, strontium.
The trick is to keep the lid on.
Get the fuck away from me.
Now, let it cook for 1 minute. You like cooking, don't you?
Get the fuck
Good
away
for you.
from me. I'll smack you with my spatula.
This is my sunny side up fortune telling. When it turns out good, it means something good is gonna happen.
Oh. So that's why you don't cook them over easy. But the secret to good cooking is to keep who's going to eat it in mind.
Oh.
Is this your mother?
Yes.
She's really beautiful. That tune you were humming, it's from the periodic table, isn't it? Thorium, protactinium, uranium, neptunium, plutonium, americium. Americium.
Curium.
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 That's it. Curium. Oh, this? May I? There. Ah. See, Sonny? Us girls have to look our best.
Her name was Olga.
Hmm?
My mother.
I see. Ah, it's going to burn. Oh, hold on. And there. Done.
Thanks.
Of course. We did a great job. Dr. Emmerich, Liquid is in Eastern Europe. He's after the corpse of Big Boss.
Huh? What for?
It's the final key he needs.
Stop. We have to stop for a second. Look at what Otacon is looking at on his laptop. He has a secret camera pointed at Naomi's chest. And he has... and that's what he's looking at on his laptop. Look at the window that's open.
To gain access to SOP. The keys to
And now he's going to put it down right beside her so she can see what he's looking at.
Are Big Boss's genetic code and biometric data. Without them, there's no way to gain access.
Wait, what's Liquid been doing all this time?
He's been performing tests. 2 tests. The first, using the genetic code from Liquid's DNA chip. In his second attempt, he used the DNA code and biometric data extracted from Snake's blood.
What's the need for the original if a substitute works just as well?
Neither your genetic pattern nor Liquid's genetic pattern is a 100% match for Big Bosses.
What do you mean we don't match?
Dr. Emmerich.
Hmm?
Scientifically speaking, there's the markers implanted during the cloning process. The mixing of mitochondrial DNA within the egg cell. The intentionally altered Terminator genes. Scientifically speaking. Both you and Liquid are as similar to Big Boss as you could possibly be. But you're still different.
Different?
Yes.
So that's what Liquid was talking about.
We're not copies of our father, after all.
Which is why they created Solidus.
But Solidus is dead.
Listen carefully, Snake. This is the most important part. The AI that controls the system employs a highly aggressive, advanced IDS. It uses a special code to inspect all data and commands circulating within the network. Any data that fails to conform to that code is treated as a foreign object and expunged, like viruses killed by white blood cells. The authentication program this IDS uses is based on a genetic identification program, one I helped develop for Foxdie. It's set up so that host commands only execute properly if the key matches perfectly. However, if the IDS suspects someone is trying to break into the system, it registers that genetic code on a blacklist. That code is then blocked and can never again be used to access the system. So, if you're going to use a substitute, you need to find a new genetic access code with each new trial.
So when Liquid accessed the system in the Middle East and South America, it was only a test.
I can't believe this. Snake and Big Boss don't have the same genetic code?
Strictly speaking, Snake and Liquid aren't the same either. Which is why Foxdie only affected Liquid at Shadow Moses. And spared you. Let's put it this way. If Liquid uses Big Boss's genetic code, the original, he'll have the system completely under his control.
Hold on. I thought having his code wasn't enough. You need his biometric data at the same time, don't you?
That's right. And Big Boss is already dead.
No. He's alive.
Big Boss is alive.
His body is. Or rather, his cells.
That's impossible.
Big Boss survives as a biomort. A brain-dead shell sustained in the lab. Liquid has already left for Europe in search of Big Boss's body. Right from the start, he knew his experiment in South America wasn't going to work.
Europe, huh?
If Liquid obtains the body, he'll be primed to make his final move.
Allowing him total control of the system.
Exactly. Unless we can stop him first.
Uncle Hal, I found it.
Huh? Ah. This is it.
Where'd you hack this from?
AT Security. The Patriots.
I can't believe this sort of thing still goes on.
The war economy is heating up the R&D race. It's not just the PMCs either. Every corporation tethered to the military-industrial complex is losing its sense of morality. And it's us science-holics who are doing their dirty work for them, not even realizing it.
Can we make Jack better?
I don't know.
Sonny. May I? It's no use. There's nothing we can do here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Look at this. His artificial blood needs dialysis. We don't have the proper equipment.
Dialysis?
Getting his wounds healed is important too. But at this rate, he's not gonna last that long.
Dialysis. Is that like what kidneys do?
That's right. Raiden's blood is an older type of artificial blood that was used by the military, called white blood. After it's been in use for a while, the blood needs to be dialyzed, filtered. Right now, he's slipping into autotoxemia.
It's there. In Europe.
What do you mean?
Eastern Europe. They have equipment that can heal me there.
Where? The same place Liquid went?
Dr. Magnar. He saved my life.
Dr. Madnar. I've heard of him.
A world-renowned cybernetics expert. Strictly underground, though.
We're in luck, then. It's settled. We must head for Europe. The sooner we get there, the better.
Yeah. I'll call Campbell and have him get us landing clearance. Oh, Snake! Where are you going?
I'm gonna be spewing out poison soon enough anyway. What's one more smoke gonna hurt?
This is a no-smoking flight.
Who is this?
Oh, her? That's my sister.
Really? I never knew you had a sister. For a moment, I thought she might have been your girlfriend.
No, I don't have a... Emma was a brilliant programmer. She wrote the worm that destroyed the Arsenal Gear AI. Then... Vamp killed her.
I'm so sorry.
No, there's nothing for you to be sorry for. Or me. I used to be an anime otaku.
Oh.
Oh.
So that's where Otacon comes from.
I was always fascinated by sci-fi anime. That's what got me into this line of work. It's too bad reality wasn't so simple. I never even imagined that science, that my own research, could cause so much misery. I mean, it's not like us science-holics or Satanists or anything. But even when we've got the best of intentions, we end up being used by others for evil.
Dr. Emmerich,
You see this? Sonny helped me build it.
Really? Sonny helped build this?
We built it using top-secret docs and patents dug up from intranets at a bunch of research labs. To tell you the truth, I think she's better at it than I am.
But she's just a child.
She cracked the protection on your mail.
Wow. I, assumed it was you.
Sunny was taken by the Patriots right after she was born. She never even met her parents. She's spent her entire childhood inside the net.
That's why she has trouble speaking.
Her home is in the computer. She can only see the outside from the inside. She's always in there, searching for herself, searching for her family. She's trying to find out who she is and where she's going.
Searching for herself and her family.
She believes she can find the answers inside a machine hooked up to the world. She spends every day inside the net, exploring. For Sunny, this is home.
No, it shouldn't be like that.
What?
It's time you let her go outside.
What are you talking about?
She hasn't even been born yet. She's still in the womb. She needs to live a real life.
But Sunny's never shown any interest in leaving the Nomad. Frankly, I'm worried about letting her go out there.
I have a feeling she'll do just fine.
You really think she'll be okay going outside?
That's not what I meant. I think she's got a good handle on her science.
Sorry. Go on.
Huh?
You were about to say something.
Oh, right. Would you mind if I helped Sunny with her cooking?
Oh, of course not. Go ahead. But, about all we've got on board besides military rations are eggs.
No. Leave them off. It makes you look handsome.
You think so?
Dr. Emmerich,
Huh?
is it okay to sleep in there?
Excuse me?
Well, Dr. Emmerich, I know it's easy to forget sometimes, but I am a woman. You understand. Sorry. I know it's selfish of me, but I'd like to be alone for a while.
Right. I understand. I'll show you in.
Thank you. Good night, Dr. Emmerich.
Yeah. If you get uncomfortable or anything, just let me know. I'll be out there working.
Thank you.
Oh. And,
Yes?
call me Hal. Good night.
Good night, Hal.
I always say I don't actually mind the setup for the Naomi Otacon romance here. I kind of feel bad for Otacon there, you know, where he wants to go through with it, but you can see that because of all the pain he's endured in the past, he doesn't want to make the same mistake again. I don't know, I kind of feel for him there. I just wish they kind of fleshed it out further and that Naomi's death scene wasn't, like, one of my least favorite scenes in the series.
Say, man.
Snake, a national state of emergency has been declared in an effort to root out the local resistance. The hunt is being carried out by US-based PMC, Ravensword, one of the companies under Outer Heaven's control.
Which means that Liquid's lurking somewhere behind the scenes.
Right. And at the top of the target list is the Paradise Lost Army, the resistance group led by Big Mama. Snake, you'll be infiltrating the region where they are believed to house their base of operations. It looks as if the PMCs moved swiftly, cutting off Big Mama and company's escape routes. They should still be hiding somewhere in that area. Big Boss's corpse is bound to be with them. You've been added to the PMC's blacklist, so you're going to have to lie about your identity to get in. I've provided you with a way to evade the checkpoints. Make contact with the Resistance and find Big Mama. This is our last chance. We must reach Big Boss's body before they do.
Next. 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 Said next. You. Get your ass in the machine. Hey, you deaf? Take him away.
You're coming with me. I said over here.
That's enough. I'll take him from here.
But...
We've been looking for this man.
Yes, ma'am.
Come with me.
Next.
You're looking younger. What's your secret?
Base camo. A little present from Tentacles.
Huh.
The PMCs sure seem to know you well enough.
You may not believe it, but I'm in charge of overseeing all PMC activity. Having connections can still open doors.
You alone?
Snake! Hey, Snake! Over here! Hey, Snake!
What is wrong with that guy?
That geek kid, Akiba.
Listen to me, Snake. After reporting what happened in the Middle East to my superiors, I wrote up a threat assessment. The President's finally realized the danger Liquid's little rebellion poses and has called for immediate action. Now I've got more bodies than I know what to do with. A whole joint Army-Marines team. We're already on site, mixed in with the US forces here. We're ready to strike Liquid at any time.
You're planning to take him by force? It's crazy. Look, things aren't that simple.
Listen, old man. I don't take orders from you or from your Colonel Campbell.
It's gonna be the Middle East all over again.
No, it won't. If things get out of hand, we can put a total lockdown on the PMC's weapons. They won't be able to fight back. Don't forget, we control the system.
I wouldn't rely too much on the system if I were you.
We've got them beat in sheer numbers.
Meryl.
Look, Snake. Just leave this to me. There's no need for you to put yourself in harm's way. Don't risk your life for no reason. Snake. What you're trying to do, it's not a mission.
I know. It's not justice. It's a hired hit.
If you know, then... Look, our ways of thinking might be different, but to me, you're still a legend, a hero. I know all about the things you did when you were young. It was what kept me going. I can't bear to watch you die over something so pointless.
Don't worry about me. Old soldiers never die.
Your cause is our cause now. You don't have to do this.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer, hired to do some wet work.
Fine. Then we'll just have to catch him. Before you do. I may have loved you once. But now you're just too damn senile to face the truth. Wake up and face reality. Old Snake. And stay out of our way.
Otacon, they've seen this face too.
Yeah, it might have been added to the PMC's blacklist as well.
And Merrill was acting kind of strange.
Things are going to get hairy once the American suppression troops get here. We'd better get to Big Boss's corpse, and fast. But first, we've got to find Big Mama. Snake, let's go over what we know so far. The streets are under curfew. The only people you'll find out there now are PMC soldiers and members of the Resistance.
Yeah, I thought it looked a little too quiet to be a tourist attraction.
The Resistance members are scheduled to convene at Big Mama's hideout. So our best course of action is to follow their lead. When you find the Resistance, tail them. Let them lead you to Big Mama.
But how exactly am I supposed to find this Resistance?
The PMCs have laid a dragnet for Resistance members that covers the entire town. They're using SOP to notify each other by radio of any info collected during their searches. By intercepting those signals, you should be able to reach the Resistance members' locations in real time.
Intercept their communications? How do I do that?
I've provided you with a new device for just that purpose. To hijack PMC communications, open the item window and select the Signal Interceptor. The interceptor constantly monitors PMC voice and data transmissions. When you've got the Signal Interceptor equipped and you hear the PMC's chatter about the Resistance, check your map. It should display the location.
Got it.
Oh, and Snake, I think we've found a way to treat Raiden.
Really?
Yeah, we got in touch with Dr. Madnar. Naomi and Sonny are on their way now.
They'll be all right on their own.
They're a few clicks north of where you are now. It's a non-combat zone, so there won't be any checkpoints. There's even a dialysis machine. It'll take some time, but I think he'll be okay.
Good.
Anyway, you need to hurry and make contact with Big Mama.
I got it.
If Liquid gets his hands on that corpse, it's all over. Follow the Resistance's lead.
Oh boy. So here we go. Everyone's favorite chapter, chapter 3, act 3.
Okay. First thing is to look for the Resistance. Either use your radar to pick up their trail, or intercept the PMC's radio communications to learn where Resistance members are most likely to be found.
So here we are. They never say it, but the city is modeled after the city of Prague. They went location scouting there to get reference materials and whatnot. I think I remember there was a crazy story in one of the Integral podcasts that talks about one of the guys on the sound team who traveled back to Prague by himself just to get more footstep sounds from the pavement or some like crazy shit like that. I forget exactly what the story is, but it's like something crazy like that. Some guy who like made 2 trips to come back to get even more authentic sound effects. Apparently the Mantis's dolls were inspired by their trip to Prague as well. The dolls are like a big cultural thing over there. There's loads of doll shops apparently. And yeah, that gave them some story ideas as well. I guess it made sense if it's, you know, if they already had their theme of proxies in mind. Stand-ins, puppets, proxies, kind of fits. So it makes sense that they would use that as an idea. In Prague? Yeah, well, maybe I overstated it being like a big cultural thing. But yeah, I think I remember them saying that in the podcast that they noticed there were a lot of doll shops like we have here over there. And apparently, yeah, that's what inspired them to... That's what partially inspired Mantis and Mantis's use of dolls.
Taking a stroll after curfew? Something's up, Snake. Tail him.
Snake's outfit and look here is calling back to Snatcher. Gillian Seed's design, which has always been kind of Snake-like as well. And I guess the atmosphere of this act has a kind of noir, detective kind of feel to it. Don't talk with the 5 months and the 1 in a row. Thank you. I might play some Neo Kobe later on. I want to listen to the in-game music for a bit. There are some parts of this track that I really like when the bass comes in. Doo doo doo. Bum bum ba da doo. I actually kind of like the change of pace with this chapter. I just wish there was one more chapter that had, you know, that was more like Act 1 or 2. Or maybe if Act 5 was just a bit more fleshed out and you had more of those areas before the Mantis fight rather than that one area. But I kind of like how unique this section is. There's nothing really like it in the series. JC75, well, it's very easy to lose track of him. And it's very easy for him to get surprised by something and run off, and then you have to go all around the map looking for him. Yeah, he always starts here, but it's pretty easy to lose him. Yeah, I really like that one area in Act 5 before Mantis. But it would be cool if there were a few more rooms, perhaps, before Mantis. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Oh, you asshole.
This is HQ.
We're under attack.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Okay, we might be in trouble here. Let's see what happens.
Those resistance fighters can't advance because of the PMC troops. Isn't there something you can do to help, Snake?
Yeah, now he's going off. Where is he gonna go? Is he actually gonna go in a different direction? Let me put my face camo on. The Rex versus Ray fight is pretty crazy, I think. Feels like they could have almost made a full mech game out of it.
This is HQ.
It's just wild how fleshed out it is for that one small sequence, that one fight. But like
Understood. The state of alert has been lifted. Resume position.
the way it feels, the way it controls, like it really feels good to play, I think. Ba-da-do-do-do. Ga-ba-da-loo-doo-doo. Yeah, off he goes. Damn, it's been a while since I followed him through here. I can't remember how this path works out. Let's see what happens. Down he goes. Yeah. Let's try and clear the path out for him. I'm battle-oo-doo-doo. There we go. You'd think seeing the body would make him very suspicious, and I guess it does, but not suspicious enough that he turns around and looks for me. Maybe he just goes along the usual path here. Just takes a different entry point. Okay, now where the hell are we going? Oh, that looks really nice, actually, the lighting here. Against all that greenery, that shrubbery. That looks nice. I'll play the Snatcher music, don't worry. You fucking asshole. Oh, yeah, 99% camo. I'm basically invisible. It's been a long time since I've seen this path. I don't remember him turning around there. Yep. 1% off stealth camo. I'm about to load. Okay, now we're going up here.
Snake, that area is under surveillance by PMC security patrols. You don't need me to tell you to watch out for them. If they see you, you'll be too busy engaging them to tail the resistance. If you see your resistance target getting arrested, don't give up. They'll be taken to a PMC guardhouse for interrogation. While they're being taken there, help resistance members get away by taking out their PMC escorts.
Otacon, it's like a PMC convention here.
It all started 6 months ago. An American company was planning an oil pipeline, And the current pro-US government approved PMC units to be stationed in the country to provide security during construction. This brought tensions between the government and the anti-US opposition to a boiling point. And then, a riot, presumably instigated by the opposition, broke out near the US Embassy. The PMCs suppressed the riot, placing the government directly in Washington's front pocket. Almost overnight, they opened up this country to a large-scale hunt-down of the resistance. And now, the entire transportation network has been shut down, with checkpoints everywhere. That's the official story, anyway. The riot that the opposition supposedly started? I suspect it was all part of a conspiracy. The units executing the actual operation are part of Liquid's own PMC. And the resistance group they're trying to flush out is led by Big Mama. The resistance also happens to have Big Boss's body in its possession. Seems as though Liquid was the one pulling the strings. He must have incited the riot to frame Big Mama, creating a scenario that allowed him to bring in the big guns to recover that body. I doubt politics has anything to do with any of this.
Sounds like Liquid, all right.
It does. Now, Snake, you know the drill. We need to get to Big Mama before they do.
My sentiments exactly.
Okay, Rose, you have anything to say?
Need something?
What's up, Doc?
There doesn't seem to be any problem with your psych. So far, so good. Proceed with the mission.
Got it.
Snake, you should be careful about how much weight you're carrying. I'm sure a big, strong guy like you can carry a considerable amount of gear, but the stress of lugging heavy loads around can have a negative effect on your mental state, causing your psych gauge to go down.
But you never know what kind of equipment I'll need handy.
I'm not saying you shouldn't ever carry a lot of gear. I'm just saying it has its drawbacks. That's all.
What's up, Doc?
Looks like they're conducting vehicle patrols. Watch out for them, Snake.
Where the hell is my boy? Further up, I think. Fuck it, I'll take him out. Oh, he's already down here. I couldn't remember. Damn, that's pretty handy. You don't have to do any of the work up here. Although he might get himself caught like a dumbass here. I might get myself caught like a dumbass.
Don't worry if you lose sight of your resistance target, or if they get arrested and you can't save them. You'll have other opportunities. This city is Big Mama's home base. There's got to be more than one or two of her men hanging around. Just keep your eyes peeled. There are bound to be others.
Yeah, I don't think you can take out the light on this thing. It's been a long time since I've been through this path, but I don't think you can. Doesn't look like there's anything to shoot. Ah!
Something there? That's awesome.
You son of a bitch. You were looking this way? You fucking asshole. If I put him to sleep, I wonder will he remember anything. Usually if you knock a guard out, when they wake back up, they'll remember what happened and they'll go into a state of alert, a state of caution. But if they're asleep, they won't. They'll wake up and they'll think that they just fell asleep, I guess. But I can't remember what the deal is with this guy.
Get up.
Yeah. Nice. And off he goes like nothing happened. Music box with the 11 months. Thank you very much. Okay, off he goes again, this fool. It's so much longer, this path. Although I guess I'm not as familiar with it, so there's also that to take into account. Whoa! Go, 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 go. Zigging and zagging this time. Cool. Ah! You son of a bitch. Wait, did I get him? Did he just fucking collapse in there? Fuck you, you're not escaping from me. Nice. This feels good. There's a freshness to this area for me. I haven't done this path for a while. He doesn't give a fuck about him. Just some random drunk collapsed. Although when he wakes up, maybe he will go back through there. Probably not. Oh, this is a bad spot. Hold on. go, 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 go. Oh my god. Whoa!
Who's that?
No! Don't even think about climbing that ladder. Okay. Go, 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 go. I wish I had some coolant spray to wake him up instead. It's only this interesting because I haven't played it in so long, you know, so I don't know it like the back of my hand. With the standard route, I know it so well, you know, that chances are I'm not gonna fuck it up. Let's just wait for him to wake up this time. We'll be safe. We'll tap him once. Okay, okay. That's cool that he can climb up there, though. It's another possible exit for him. What's the journalist story for this act? Do they talk about that in the podcast? I can't remember. Drop, please. Thank you. I knew... Oh, what the fuck are you doing, man? Make up your mind. Which direction are you gonna go? Jesus Christ. Zigzagging all over the place. Okay, here he comes again. He just needed to get a restart. He had to reset. Ba-da-da-da. Okay, you fucking asshole. Hurry up before those guys wake up. Yeah, they're on the ground asleep. This shouldn't be a surprise to you. Nothing has changed since you were last here. Did I bump into that can? Was that me who made the sound with the can, or was that him? I think that was probably me. Damn you, Akuya Nakamura. At least I think it was Nakamura who was responsible for that. Sure, bad humans would know if he's here. I'm gonna die! What an absolute mess. Perfect plan. Excuse me? I guess they can know if you're in a bin during evasion. Okay. I didn't know that. Alright, let's try that again.
What's wrong? Answer me, please! Snake? Snake!
Oh, Jesus. I thought we made it through to the next area. Oh, well, that's fucking amazing. Can't remember the last time I actually used the interceptor.
PMC data transmission. It's marked the location of a resistance member on your map.
Yeah, he's around here somewhere. Maybe in the same starting point over here. Hopefully. Nope. Here he is. Okay, handy. Let's just see what happens here. Does he get caught? Oh, there's a fucking can there. He knocks into the can. Yeah. Okay, so we both knocked into the can last time. We were both fucking idiots. The can I knocked into wasn't in the middle of the road, though. I knocked into a can that was actually hidden. This is pretty fun. I haven't seen this shit for a while. Right. No idea where he's gonna go and what part of the street I should be on to avoid him. We're good. Yeah, man, I don't know. I really liked the core gameplay of this act. I can see why people don't. They find it a bit boring, especially on a first playthrough. If you are fucking up like I am, it can be frustrating waiting around and stuff. I think it's kind of cool though. I like the feel of it. Oh my god, he knocks into another one. Wait, no, it wasn't me. I didn't knock into it last time. It was him knocking into it. I didn't knock into it. That was him last time. And then it was just a coincidence that I got caught right after he got caught. We both got caught at the same time.
Hey.
Right, where is he gonna run off to now? Oh, he's actually just gonna go straight ahead. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you doing, man? What is this? So here, are you expected to take out the guards before he knocks into the can? Otherwise, he's just gonna go back to someplace. Otherwise, he's gonna reset his path to some degree. You fucking scumbag. Alright. Go, 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 go! Yeah, I mean, it's easy to see why people don't like this act, but I think this has its charm. Oh, wait, no. He isn't gonna... Okay, I thought he was gonna go all the way around. Past the first two guards again, and then the second two guards. No. He's not being that trollish here. He's not being that much of a scumbag. What is your plan here, man? What is the plan here? It's like his plan is for me to just shoot them. But he's not supposed to know about my presence here. Okay, we're seeing all of the things here. It's about time he got caught by the spotlight. This is cool though. We're getting to see shit that we don't normally get to see doing this. Will I blow up the chopper?
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Who's that?
Yeah, it's my fault. Straight over to me as soon as I blow up the chopper. Who did this? Who blew up this chopper? You need to answer for your crimes. I'm doing everything in my power here to help you, man.
Get up. Get up. Huh. Stay back!
You're a piece of shit. I don't know where he's gonna run when I wake him up. Okay, let's...
This is HQ.
Get up.
Understood. The state of alert has been lifted. Resume positions.
Ah! Okay, I'm going into the can straight away. No, he knows. He knows. Alright, back to sleep.
Get up.
I was hoping I could get into the can just before he woke up. That I'd have just enough time, but no. Let's just wait for him to wake up. Now, I promise we'll make some progress now. No, usually, if you walk up these stairs, what the fuck? Where the hell are you going now? No, the only reason I'm fucking around here, like I said, is because I don't usually take this path. These are genuine fuck-ups. Usually I take a completely different path with this guy, so I'm... this is kind of like a fresh experience going through this path again. I've done this path before many times, but I don't do it regularly. So every time I come back to it, it kind of feels fresh. And there's a chance for fuck-ups and silly shenanigans like this. Damn, man, he really takes some detours, though, this way. My God. Cool, though, we get to see more of the city. With his regular path, you don't even really have to worry about these guys. But here, I'm thinking we probably will. Oh, he's just gonna go straight into the next spot here. Ha, that's interesting. Cool. Okay. Yeah, with his default path, he goes all around this area. But here it's quite simple. You probably don't even have to take out any of those PMCs. Wait a second. That's not the Resistance member. Look at that outfit.
The Resistance!
Oh.
Snake, what are you doing? We need them to lead us to Big Mama's hideout. Don't harm the Resistance.
Oh. Ah, we can find another Resistance member easily enough, right? So, if we dress as a civilian, and we have a pretty girl mask, these guys will actually have no problem with us. They might even fall in love with us.
What?
Hello there.
What's that? Hey there, baby. Ooh.
The Resistance!
Snake, do not kill the Resistance. They're our only means of finding Big Mama's hideout.
Okay. Okay. I'll learn my lesson this time. Pretty nice here. You can get consistent respawns at the same spot. Just do a little lap of the place and he'll always come back here. At least he should. Yeah, here he is.
What was that? You looking for a real man?
resistance!
Knock it off, Snake! Are you trying to abort this mission?
Maybe.
Huh? What? What was that?
The resistance!
Snake!
That's as far as you can take it. Actually, wait, no. If you kill too many of them, don't you get a game over? If we killed like another 3 or 4 of them? Yeah. It's actually been a while since I've done that. Usually that's as far as I take it. And then I continue. Is the game over dialogue unique? Is it worth showing? I can't remember what the dialogue is. I remember that it's a thing, but I can't remember how unique the dialogue is. How many more kills do we have to do? Not really, it's just a standard thing.
The resistance!
Okay, I'll do it one more time.
What was that?
Snake! What did you just do? Have you lost your mind? Oh no! What are we gonna do now, Snake?
Okay, right. That's definitely worth showing, man. Yeah, he doesn't say that. That is a completely unique bit of dialogue. I don't think he ever reacts like that to another death. I think that's the only time he reacts like that. Oh, poor Otacon. What are we gonna do now? Now that you've lost your mind, Snake? Was he the last Resistance member? Oh no, Snake just suddenly murdered all the Resistance members. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I didn't show the Metal Gear alert earlier. Hold on, just so I can show it. There's another place that plays where you can hear some stuff behind the door too. I'm assuming it'll still play if I go back. Although, oh, we really have to go a ways away. Okay, I'll do it. Just for you. Just for whoever asked about it. Okay, I hope this is worth it. Imagine if the Resistance member came back and respawned in this area instead, and we had to go through the whole thing again. That's just a nightmare scenario that came into my head. I don't think there's any fear of that happening, though. I don't think there's any chance of that happening. Pretty sure he stays locked down there no matter what. Ah!
Hey.
Excuse me? Thank you. I hear there's one household that had a streamer singing "Suck My Balls" to Snake's Revenge music. Really? That would be amazing. That would be an amazing thing to edit into the game. To mod into the game. You can just hear me singing behind one of the random houses. So here's this guy playing Metal Gear 1, getting an alert. Theme of Tara kicks back in. And he gets another alert. Yeah, man, I'm not surprised. Metal Gear 1 is really fucking tough. It can be hard to walk 2 seconds in that game without getting an alert, even when you've played it like 10 times. Although I have gotten a lot better at Metal Gear 1 now. Still, that second building can still fuck me up. Those blue rooms in the second building, man. They're no joke. Has DRK ever done big boss ranks for the MSX games? I feel like I haven't ever seen him do them. I've only done them a couple of times on stream. Not sure if I've ever seen him do them on stream. Yeah, they're pretty tough. I forget what the time limit is. It's like 45 minutes, I think, for Metal Gear 2. Yeah, Metal Gear 1 is really tricky. It's really... You have to put in work to get consistent at that game. Metal Gear 2 feels a bit more forgiving overall because of how good the stuns are. And I guess the game just feels a little bit more intuitive overall. The guards in Metal Gear 1 are like weird robots. They feel like weird security cameras more than they do feel like real living humans. Metal Gear 2 has those rooms that are RNG. Yeah, the rooms that are full of decoys. But the big boss rank takes those rooms into account, which is nice. So you're allowed to get the most amount of alerts in those rooms and still get big boss rank, even though you might not always get that amount of alerts. But the big boss rank takes it into account, which is cool. You're allowed to get those extra alerts. Someone recently posted a 3-game Big Boss speedrun. MSX games, GB games, the 2 MSX games and Ghost Babel.
There's something fishy about that PMC trooper. Do you hear whistling?
Yeah, I was thinking it might be fun to pair Metal Gear 2 with Ghost Babel for a future marathon. You know how I was saying for our next marathon we might do something crazier, like a 9 or a 10-day marathon with some of the games that we don't usually play? I was thinking maybe I could start with Metal Gear 1 and Snatcher, and then DRK could take over with Metal Gear 2 and Ghost Babel. That'd be really cool, I think. Yeah, we'll have to see DRK playing Snake's Revenge one of these days. He'll have to now that the collection is including it. We need to hear his rendition of the Suck My Balls song from Snake's Revenge too, because that is the most iconic version of it. Did DRK show the Solid Eye earlier? How detailed it is if you actually look at the model here and turn it around. Look at this. You can see the each little rectangle there represents the 3 different modes. The normal mode, the binoculars, and the night vision. Pretty cool. What am I doing? Go, 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 go. Oh, God, I thought he was going to knock into him. If you get really unlucky here, he can get run over. It's possible for that to happen. Kind of hard to do the usual dance moves to this track. It's too fast. Does listening to the iPod restore your psych? Yeah, well, the tracks can have different effects. Like some tracks will regenerate your health faster. There's a track that'll even put the enemy to sleep if you play it. Lots of little gimmicks like that. Different effects for the different tracks. If I punched in front of him, I don't think he would have been happy. I think that would have triggered an alert. I remember making that mistake in the past. And we've already spent enough time here. The snake shop.
Who's there?
I'm here to see Big Mama.
Is this the guy? What do you think?
I didn't hear him coming at all. He's gotta be the one.
Yeah, but look at him. He's ancient.
Very impressive, CQC, Snake. No doubt about it. He is the legendary soldier. Call me Mama. Big Mama.
need to talk to you. Raiden sent me.
My, how you've grown, David. It was you, not I, who was created from the rib of man. But I gave you life. I am your mother.
What?
Les enfants terribles. You can't grow a human being in a test tube, not even a clone. You need a woman's body to give it life.
You mean... a surrogate mother?
That's an awfully cold way to put it. I am your mother. I gave birth for the Patriots.
Gave birth?
The forbidden fruit. Appropriate. No? Follow me. I'll explain everything. The man who wants me dead is Liquid, your twin. You think you know him, but I know him better. He was once Ocelot, but Liquid has taken control of his soul. And now he's locked in a bitter struggle with Zero.
Zero?
The founder of the Patriots.
Founder? When did this happen?
40 years ago. During the Cold War, when the United States and the Soviet Union were still at odds. It was in that chaotic era that the Patriots were born. And I played my part. I was one of the founding members.
You?
Zero created the Patriots to manage and control the American state. That control endured long after the Cold War ended. The organization became an empty shell, continuing to function through AIs. Those AIs are responsible for the creation of the war economy, and they gave rise to the Sons of the Patriot system. But I am partly to blame. I bear some of the guilt for creating the organization. It was right after I first met your father, Big Boss. Back in 1964, I was ordered to take part in a CIA op called Operation Snake Eater, which concerned a new weapon the Soviets were developing at the time. My mission was to support a certain agent. That agent later became Big Boss, but I knew him as Snake.
Snake?
Yes, Naked Snake. That was his code name at the time. A name he would give to you, his son. The commander of this mission was a man called Zero, the head of Special Forces Unit Fox. Back then, I was working as a double agent for the Chinese. My objective was to secure the location of the Philosopher's Legacy, a massive cache of hidden wealth, and report it to Beijing. I was to acquire a microfilm showing the location of secret funds, funds amassed by the Allied powers during World War II. But I failed in my mission and was expelled from China. I took the apple from the snake and was cast out of Eden. After years on the run, I ended up in Hanoi. That's where I met him again. It was around then that Zero used the massive funds contained in the Philosopher's Legacy to start a new organization, the Patriots, which would carry out the final wishes of a certain legendary hero. The initial membership consisted of Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and their commander, Zero. Oh, and there was one more who we mustn't forget. He stayed behind in the Soviet Union to support the group as an informant. Ocelot, who is now Liquid. After your father rescued me in Hanoi, I went to America and joined their organization. Zero's goal was to achieve a unity of thought and awareness. He believed that was what the boss wanted, and the rest of the Patriots followed his lead.
The boss?
The boss was a legendary hero from the Second World War, known as the Mother of Special Forces. She had an almost overwhelming charisma about her. The CIA feared this, so they had her eliminated. If she had survived, the world of the 21st century might have been a very different place. We were all influenced by the boss's will. It was what drove us to create this organization, to be closer to that spirit. Zero decided that in order to lead the people, we needed a special kind of icon. So we turned to Big Boss, the last son of the boss. He shared more of her life than anyone else. It was Big Boss, the true heir to her legacy, who was best suited to play this role. Zero elevated Big Boss, the hero who saved the world, to the status of an idol. The truth behind Big Boss became riddled with exaggeration, misrepresentation, and outright lies. Zero disseminated these stories among the masses and gathered the rich and powerful to his banner. Every era needs its symbols to control the people, whether it be the stars and stripes, or the hammer and sickle. As the times and currents of politics changed, so too did Zero. Eventually, he became a prisoner of his own lust for power, sparking friction between him and Big Boss, who resented playing the puppet. With Big Boss drifting away, Zero realized he would need insurance. Something that would perpetuate the existence of Big Boss, their organization's icon. And so Zero secretly embarked on a new project. Les Enfants Terribles. Its goal was to create a clone of Big Boss, the ultimate soldier. The project was led by Dr. Clark, known at the time as Paramedic. After dozens of failures, they finally, miraculously, succeeded in producing a fertilized egg. The egg used in the successful in vitro fertilization came from Dr. Clark's assistant, a healthy Japanese woman.
Blood from the east flows within your veins.
Give birth to Big Boss. To realize this, I asked to serve as the surrogate mother, and was more than happy to carry you in my womb. I loved him. 9 months later, I gave birth to 2 Big Bosses, you and Liquid. It didn't matter that you were clones, or that they had manipulated your DNA. You were born the same way as any other normal child, from your mother's womb. But Les Enfants Terribles proved to be the final straw for Zero and Big Boss. Determined to oppose Zero and his plans, Big Boss broke away from the Patriots. He left the States, created his own mercenary company, and drifted around the world. I'm sorry. Your father never wanted you. Human life isn't meant to be manipulated like that. I knew that, but I wanted you. After Big Boss left, Zero really lost control. What Zero wanted was an orderly world, one governed by rules. His fortune grew through countless wars, and his words influenced decision-making all the way up to the Oval Office. As the world saw the rise of digital technology, IT, the internet, and genetics, the Patriots' power grew immense. Their roots spread and took hold throughout the globe. In time, they began to dictate the fate of entire nations from the shadows. And before we knew it, the Patriots, the proud police of the world, started bringing an entire planet under their control. Their intentions were fair, but their execution was flawed. Zero developed weapons, amassed armies, used information for extortion, all in order to gain more wealth. He was obsessed with controlling awareness on the inside from the outside. But I cannot imagine that's what the boss would have wanted. They both misinterpreted her will. And their absolute reverence for her drove them apart. So began the war between Zero and Big Boss. Opposing interpretations, each striving to realize the boss's will. Everything you see today stems from their Cold War. Differences in race, in religion, in ideology. This war they've caused is no different from any other human error in history. It all started with a tiny fork in the path and grew into a great rift. There was nothing left of the boss's noble will in their struggle. All that remained was hatred, a passion to destroy one another. Big Boss returned to the U.S. with a plan in mind, and once again assumed command of Foxhound. In Outer Heaven, and then Zanzibar Land, Big Boss plotted coup d'etat against Zero. But you, Solid Snake, his own clone, foiled his efforts both times. Big Boss and Gray Fox, Frank Yeager, were left near death. Zero recovered their bodies. Frank Yeager's entire body was reconstructed through surgery, and he was reborn as the cyborg ninja. Big Boss, now a vegetable, became a prisoner of Zero even in death. For Zero, more than anyone else, your father was an irreplaceable icon. No, the truth is, for Zero, he was an irreplaceable friend. After Big Boss's betrayal, Zero could no longer believe in something so uncertain as life. He lost his belief in everything. Nations, organizations, individuals. Zero was no longer willing to place his organization in the hands of the next generation. Instead, he set up a network of AIs, a decision-making system formed from all the information he had accumulated. He built 4 AIs, GW, TJ, AL, and TR, as sort of a digital Mount Rushmore, and 1 core artificial intelligence to unite them, John Doe.
GW. The same GW we destroyed 5 years ago.
The same. Ever since GW was cut off, JD and the other 3 AIs have controlled all information on every aspect of global society. Economics, politics, law, morals, and culture. The war economy is no exception. In the shadow of the system and its complete control over the world, Big Boss isn't allowed to live or die. He's trapped for eternity in a brain-dead prison. To bind himself to his friend, to ensure his rule over the world, Zero transformed Big Boss into an icon, neither living nor dead.
Sounds almost like a religion.
Naturally, Ocelot and I plan to free him from Zero's prison. We enlisted Naomi Hunter, an authority in the field of nanomachine research, into our organization. And we used Frank Yeager to kill Dr. Clark. Ocelot tortured the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, also known as Sigint, to death, and made it look like an accident.
The Shadow Moses incident.
With Paramedic and Sigint dead, Zero was the only one left. But we too paid a price. I lost Ocelot. Ocelot wasn't fighting for the Pentagon or the Russians, and certainly not for Zero. He was fighting for Big Boss. He idolized him. When Ocelot grafted Liquid's right arm to his own, his body was taken over by Liquid's thoughts and spirit. He may be Ocelot in physical form, but his mind is Liquid's. I was the last one. And then someone appeared to help me.
Raiden.
It was when I met him that I finally discovered the location of Big Boss. It was in the data he obtained from GW. Together, he and I retrieved Big Boss. But Big Boss was still asleep, as Zero had left him.
Why did Zero keep him alive?
People need heroes. Zero wanted to create a messiah. A legend that would never die.
Liquid is after Big Boss's body. Is it here?
I'll take you to meet him. This is his pyx, his holy ark. His body is alive, but his consciousness is locked away by nanomachines. So technically speaking, he's not really brain dead. We can't allow Liquid to inherit the same sins that corrupted Zero. Manipulating people's minds for the sake of his own ego.
Otacon.
Snake, it's Naomi.
What happened?
She's gone. She's not in the Nomad anymore.
When?
Less than an hour ago. She disappeared right after she and Sonny got back from Dr. Madnar's place.
Why weren't you watching her?
I didn't have my glasses on.
Naomi said it herself. The experiment can't succeed without her.
You think she went back to Liquid?
What about Raiden?
Good news on that front. We managed to get our hands on a dialysis machine and set up an ICU. We just started him on dialysis and treatment for his wounds.
Will he live?
Yeah, no worries there. Sonny's taken over for Naomi. But his treatment's probably gonna take 48 hours. Until then, Raiden can't move.
Hey, you! Come here!
What the hell is that?
Move!
Scarabs. Unmanned scouts.
They've found us. We're moving out.
Snake, the PMCs are converging on your location. Damn it! They're sending in Gecko! They'll be on you in less than 5 minutes!
Are they ready?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll escape through the canal route using the real van. Get it ready. Hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
Snake, over here. We've got decoy vans set to draw some of our pursuers away. All of these children were orphans. They work in arms factories. And when they grow up, they want to join a PMC. They seek revenge on other companies, PMCs that killed their parents, and use their earnings to support their younger siblings. There are countless child soldiers like these in the PMCs. Nowadays, anyone with a computer can get combat training. The FPS games that these children love are distributed for free by these companies. Of course, it's all just virtual training. It's so easy for them to get absorbed by these war games. And before they know it, they're in the PMCs holding real guns. These kids end up fighting in proxy wars that have nothing to do with their own lives. They think it's cool to fight like this. They think that combat is life. They don't need a reason to fight. After all, for them, it's only a game. Zero is the cause of all this. Defeating Liquid won't change things. Unless we stop the Patriot system, the cycle will go unbroken. Hop on. Hold on to me. With so many wars being waged, oil and biofuel have become as precious as diamonds. It's been a while since I went out for a ride.
Are you sure about this?
I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or fall dead.
Big Mama.
Call me Eva.
What? Eva! She's back! I can't believe it! Here we go! I'm old, Snake. Hang on. All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
We have to keep Big Boss's body out of enemy hands, no matter what. Get the body safely to the canal estate. Get on! We've got get go!
Sensei, thank you for the resub. Thank you, everyone. I'll get round to thanking everyone when we get to another proper break in the game. Thank you. Okay, that was pretty sloppy.
There's something above. So much for moving away unseen.
Got him.
Guess we'll just have to outrun them. Can't break through this. Oh, there's another one.
Fuck! Didn't mean to kill him.
That's the enemy from behind. And open up that checkbook. Here we go. I'm driving through. Here they come. Right. Enemy, get ahead. Stop right there. Twelve o'clock. Need help in front.
There you are, Snake! Where's your anger? Show me your rage!
Michi, thank you for gifting a sub to Mercy, Music Box with the 11, The Lonely Deceased with the 8, Sensei with the 76. Thank you, everyone.
More incoming. I've got bad news. The decoy vans have all bitten the dust, which means the enemy will be focusing on you now. I just need you to hold them off.
Excellent, Snake.
Have you tried aiming?
What the hell are you talking about? I'm not...
Need help on the left. Need help in front. Snake?
Need help in front.
Hold on. Let me get my smoke grenades. Probably gonna fuck this strat up, but let's see. Ah! Ooh. Okay, could have been worse. Oh, I fucked that shot up.
Snake, are you okay?
Yes, nice one, Snake.
I'm fine.
Ooh!
Snake behind us.
I think we lost them.
Practicing my new game, big boss rank strats there. I did use a ration though, unfortunately, in like the first area. That was clutch though, that last section.
There it is.
Are you okay? Big Mama, come on. Stay with me. Eva, I need you.
Is that you? Snake. Mother's work is never done.
Big Mama.
Where's the van?
Over there.
children. No. I'm so sorry. She'll be coming to search the van.
I'll take care of it. You stay here. Keep watch.
I'll contact the children.
Here. Take this.
Snake, come back in one piece.
I will.
Promise me.
Give me your anger, Snake! Let it boil to the surface! Let your fury flow freely! Anger begets anger! Come on! Show me your rage!
There we go. Let's just dispose of her as fast as we can. Let me see. Well, maybe not as fast as we can. I won't use the M82 on her, but... if you use the M82, you can just melt Raven. You can kill her in a few hits. Mud Boggin Redneck, you've been going crazy here with the gift subs. Thank you very much, man. How many have you gifted? Like 15? 20 subs or some crazy shit? Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, no, I won't go too crazy here. I'll chip her down. Let's see if I can catch her with an RPG here. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I can't remember. Does one fully charged railgun hit one-shotter? If you catch her while she's flying past, and when she doesn't know where you are, you can deal like a third of her health, I think, almost with one hit with the M82, or maybe even a little bit more. Hello.
This beast seems to be seething with rage. Anger causes us to lose self-control, making it the most dangerous emotion of all. This makes her extremely dangerous, Snake. Be careful.
Thanks, Rose. Where would I be without you?
The beast's attacks are taking a heavy toll on the surrounding structures. As more of them are reduced to rubble, you'll have fewer places to hide. Time is not on your side, Snake. You need to finish this thing, fast! Those sliders will sometimes leave her side and operate independently, most likely acting as a remote scouting platform. If you see a slider flying on its own, don't hesitate to shoot it down. That should reduce the beast's situation awareness and tilt the odds in your favor.
Mudbog and Redneck, thank you very much again for the 5-pack. And Atku with the tier 1 sub, thank you.
Those sliders will sometimes leave her...
Yeah, okay. Hello again. So when she overheats, she flies far away to recuperate. There she is, all the way over there. Chilling. Ah! You have to take the drop into account. I thought... Nice! Not enough to finish her, though.
feel the anger building up inside. Eating away at me. No. I'll never forgive myself. I don't want to be angry. I don't need anger. I'm not angry.
Let me out of this cage. I don't need these wings. I don't need this range. Calm. Let your anger flow.
All right, we had sexy time with.
Snake, she's come out of her suit.
Shut up, Otacon. I'm talking about sexy time. We had sexy time with Laughing Octopus, so I don't want to wear it out. You know, I don't want to do it for every single B&B. Let's just dispose of Raven normally. Well, I guess we could. Guess we could have a little bit of sexy time.
Sunlight!
That's kind of sexy, I think. Beautiful sound effects.
Way to bring that bird down, Snake.
Drebin.
And you got yourself a souvenir, too. A grenade launcher. Nice. That's a real user-friendly weapon.
Not much use to me without an ID, though.
I'll launder this one free of charge.
What's the catch?
Only that you give it to me when you're done with it. A weapon with that many decades of rage stored up inside it? Now that's a collector's item.
How old was she?
I'd say about 20. But she had years of soldiers' rage hidden away in that youthful body of hers.
Soldiers?
Yeah, the soldiers of Ake. A place that hasn't seen peace in a long, long time. She was captured by one side or another, and kept caged up like an animal, along with God knows how many other kids.
Anonymous violence.
Exactly. It's unknown whether her captors were with the government or the rebels. In any case, they got their kicks by abusing these helpless little kids day after day after day. That constant barrage, that battlefield rage slowly built up inside their bodies, their minds. The kids tried to keep each other's spirits up, always clinging to the hope that someone would come to their rescue, barely surviving off of scraps of food. But those soldiers didn't stop. They called the kids parasites and shit-eating ravens, beat them even harder. Then one morning, the soldiers just up and left, leaving the surviving kids to be eaten alive by the birds. Almost like one of those sky burials. One by one, their bodies were picked apart by ravens' beaks, until finally the flock came for her. But by some miracle, their beaks cut her bonds instead. And like that, she was liberated. In that instant, she was filled with an uncontrollable rage, and it smothered her soul. She ripped the ravens pecking at her to pieces, and then went after the soldiers. And when she finally caught up with them, she waited until nightfall like a hunter awaiting its prey. They say that when a raven cries, a man dies. And that's exactly what happened that night. Screeching and cawing, she killed every last living being in the camp. Both the soldiers and the civilians they'd enslaved. In her eyes, there was no longer a difference. The cruelty her friends had suffered, the pain and humiliation she'd endured. Hers was the distillation of the rage that decades of war had imparted on those soldiers.
It was her strength, and her greatest weakness.
You're something else, Snake. You managed to cleanse Raven of her rage. No, seriously. You're the seed of war. In fact, I'd say you might even be war itself.
Drebin?
Maybe it's still too early to tell. You still got half the B&B Corps ahead of you. Keep your eye on the ball, pal.
Snake. I have to apologize. The 3 vans that came out with us are decoys. The real one is floating down the river, headed downstream. I managed to get in touch with the children. The Pix is safe. We're going to rendezvous on the riverbank, downstream. Land and air routes are cut off. But there's a cruiser waiting for us. The Volta River is our only chance of escape. Let's get out of here. Hurry.
Good thinking.
This way. Follow me. don't need to feel the wind anymore. There's no need to keep lying to myself. I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or... Oh... Snake... Give me a hand.
Yeah.
The underground aqueduct leads to the river. There should be fewer of them down there. Oh.
So here there was originally going to be a level that mirrored MGS3 once again, like with the bike chase. The next sequence after the bike chase here was going to be an escort sequence with Eva to mirror what happens after the bike chase in MGS3, where you go through that escort sequence with Eva. Originally, you were going to go through the sewers here with Eva, and then you would stumble upon Liquid at the very end. But here we just cut straight to the interaction with Liquid. We don't go through a sewers level. But that was originally the intention. Yeah, you can see what the sewer level was going to be like in MGO, right? One of the levels in MGO is that sewer level, right? I'm not sure if it's if that shows what the entirety of that level was going to be, but yeah. Why didn't it make it into the game? Probably just a lack of time. Probably just didn't have time to include it.
Liquid. Not bad.
Where's the pigs?
That no longer matters.
Where is it?
Is that it? Naomi told me everything. And now, thanks to her, I finally have it. The thing I've sought for so long. Big Boss. Put down the gun, Snake. It's already too late. You almost did it. But it looks like I win after all. Cigars. Father's favorite. What do you say? Care for one last smoke? Huh. You think you're Big Boss now? Safety as charged. But all that ends today. Nice try. But when it comes to CQC, I've got the upper hand.
Even if you do get a hold of the system, you'll only have one part of the Patriots AI. The military part.
What of it, brother? It's only a matter of time before I have everything. Remember GW? The AI they think they lost? It's mine. A part of my army.
Impossible. We destroyed it.
Your worm only managed to cut GW into little pieces. Pieces we were able to reconstruct. And then we stowed it away inside JD's network. This man's body has served me well, allowing me to pass every security barrier between me and GW. After all, the Patriots system is nothing more than a machine. Now that GW is a spook inside the network, there's no way JD would recognize it as an external threat. Once I destroy JD with a nuclear strike, the Patriots network will be mine. And then, I'll build my haven, free from all forms of control. I'll cast aside my old identity and take my own name for the first time.
Liquid, you're planning to recreate the Patriots.
Snake, we were created by the Patriots. We're not men. We're shadows in the shape of men. We're freaks who never should have existed. We're a system. Insurance that future generations never prosper. The Patriots saw fit to create us, and in doing so became our only raison d'etre. I won't fight my fate any longer. I'll kill Zero and Big Boss and become a Patriot myself. It all began with Zero and Big Boss. Our purpose in life is to fulfill our destinies. And once all is returned to Zero, the world can be reborn.
Adam.
So long as we both live, the world will not know an age of light.
If we're to pass the baton to the next generation, the only choice left to us is death.
Boss.
Good. The players have all assembled, Snake. The time has come for you to witness. Witness our moment of triumph. Go!
Hold it right there, Liquid! Drop your weapons and stand down, now! Drop your weapons and put your hands up!
Barrel!
What?
The system is mine. Your guns and your weapons are no longer your own. Behold, guns of the Patriots. Bang! Bang!
Jonathan! Ed! Commander! Commander!
Akiba, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
But why?
Besides, we don't need it anymore. So long, Snake.
You and me, we were great partners.
No. Great friends.
Meryl! 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 Meryl, don't give up on me. Meryl, don't go. Meryl. Meryl! Meryl! It's not... I mean...
Thank you.
You okay, Meryl? Hey, if it's all right, call me Johnny.
You and the beasts are no different. Scorched shadows born to the world. When a beast steps into the light, unless the light is put out, the shadow cannot be erased. So long as there is light, there is shadow. To return everything to normal, the light must be extinguished. And when that happens, you will be too.
Like I said, we pride ourselves on service. Come on, let's take this guy to his friends.
All right, fools. There we go. Hey, Mr. Man. Showing up at the very end of the scene. How's it going? So there are many things you could talk about after that scene, but I think the most important of all is the fact that Johnny never shits himself again after he takes off the mask. This is what you should really be focusing on. As soon as he takes the mask off, he never shits. You don't even get a peep out of him. Not even a little fart. Not even a little one. Not a single fart, I think. Yeah, no, I don't think you get a single fart. And it just so happens in MGS1, he's also wearing a balaclava. Every time you see him shit and fart, he's also wearing a mask. You never see his face. So, I think it might have something to do with the mask. I think he might have some kind of allergic reaction to whatever that kind of texture is. Whatever fabric they're using. I don't know if he even realized. So, I don't know. What do you think, chat? Maybe it's his diet. I don't know. I think it's a solid theory. All right, let's save. Oh man, I'm fucking wrecked. I don't think I slept well last night.
你是脑子。